Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for April 30th, 2026. If you wish to speak at today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand, everybody. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you. Have a seat and please silence all devices.
Good morning, everyone. Our first case, page 39, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26030590, case address 2025 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Tropical Sunrise Stays, LLC. This case was posted at property 4126 and posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Good morning, Your Magistrate.
Morning.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26030590, property address 2025 Northwest 12th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on March 14th, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A complied. This is a recurring violation of CE 26030510, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Due to this being a recurring violation, after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following days: March 16th, March 17th, March 18th, March 19th, March 20th, March 23rd, March 24th, March 25th, March 27th, March 30th, April 1st, April 2nd, April 3rd, and April 14th, for a total of 14 days and $14,000.
Good morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Lillian Mercedes Garces Ortega. Good morning. My name is Lillian Mercedes Garces Ortega, and I'm here representing the owner, Mr. Gagan. I do have a power of attorney already provided. The violation, the previous management obviously didn't let the owner know on time. He did receive this certified letter in Canada where the owner lives, and he is the one in charge of the advertisement and all that. So until he received this, he stopped the advertisement. I think he received it, he said, the 12th of April, but he didn't get it out until afterwards, which I believe was the 14th, like Mr. Oakes said. Before that, they did apply for the permit. I saw it, it was rejected, so they're working on it. They uploaded more things to get it done, but he does have other permits as well. We're just waiting on that last permit. And once we comply, well, hopefully we'll comply as soon as they get all the documents back uploaded. They see that it's, everything is good, and they'll go ahead and give the inspector the inspection date. He can go and do it, and hopefully we'll be done. But with the compliance of the advertisement, he took it off, and we would like for some type of help with that because he wasn't home.
I know it doesn't seem to be, my job as the hearing officer is to determine whether the violation exists. I think that doesn't seem to be in dispute, so I'm going to impose the fine. After you come into compliance, there's a mitigation process that you can apply for after the fact and make the arguments that you just made to me, but I'm going to find that the violation exists and impose the fine. Thank you, ma'am.
So it's still on until we get, until it gets done, and then we
I
can
think
work.
you have to be in compliance before you can apply for mitigation.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have to wait until compliance.
Well, yeah.
I get back in contact with Mr. Oakes about that?
Once the application gets approved, I will be in contact with you to schedule an inspection, but the fine has to be paid before Or it has to be imposed before you can, like, submit a reduction, a lien reduction.
Okay.
What has
Okay.
to be before she can submit, it has to be paid before she can submit for,
No,
They can explain it to you.
yeah,
all right.
Okay.
the ladies at the back
Okay.
of the table.
So, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26030691, case address 821 Southeast 18th Street, numbers 1, 2, 3. Owner, Green & Co. Incorporated. This case was first cited 3/18/26 to comply by 3/18/26. One section complied at $500 per day for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 4/2/26, and the city is requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Diego Adragna. I'm the owner of Greenco. My partner cannot be here, but
Yeah, there was no appeal of this, at least not within the time required.
no, that's totally my fault because I didn't read that the appeal was to be before the 26th. I will pay the fine, no problem.
Okay.
That's for sure. Thank God I'm not a singer. If not, it will be worse. But I think we have another case, which
All right,
is
well, this one,
We have to hear the.
yeah,
this
we
case
pay the fine.
First.
We pay the fine.
okay, I'll find that the violation
Because,
exists and impose the fine.
slip on
next
it.
case, next case. What page is that on?
Our next case, page 40, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26030891, case address 821 Southeast 18th Street, numbers 1, 2, 3. Owner, Green & Co. Incorporated, posted at property 41026, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
State your name for the record, please.
Diego Adragna, again,
Let's see.
owner of Greenco, and I believe the summons that we just discussed before is because of this also, or because I'm trying to understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 26030891, property address 821 Southeast 18th Street, numbers 1 to 3. This property was initially inspected on March 21st, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A complied. This is a recurring violation of CE 26030691, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Due to this being a recurring violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following days: March 20th, March 23rd, March 24th, March 25th, March 26th, March 27th, March 30th, March 31st, April 1st, April 2nd, April 7th, April 10th, and April 15th, for a total of 13 days and $13,000. The vacation rental application has been approved, and the inspection is scheduled for May 1st.
Yes, sir.
Okay, first of all, we are the owner of the property, but we don't run the Airbnb license because we are not the ones who produce that business. He's our renter. We give him permission. He had the license from the day one that we did the lease for 2024, 2025. Now, when he need to renew, he never got back to us saying that he had an issue trying to renew. I have all the proofs that he's been trying every day, actually, until he find out that we did a quit claim deed on the property. I think we did a loan. It was a cash, we own it, and then we did a loan on the property. We did a quit claim deed, and it seems like the application be rejected for that matter. Being honest, I didn't put much attention on what he was telling me, and until we find out that that was the problem. So he applied, he paid all the fees. He paid a lot of money, actually, $180 again. he has his license into accordances. Now, the inspections is going to take place tomorrow. The publication of his business, he told me that he was going to remove very soon. Maybe he didn't. But honestly, he was not operating without a license. He tried to renew it, but it was an issue, in the terms of the name of the property.
Again,
But,
what my
like
job
us-
is the hearing officer, is to make a factual determination as to whether the violation exists. I think it clearly did. There's a mitigation process after the fact, after he comes into compliance, so I'm going to impose the fine, and then you can apply for mitigation after, when the property is brought into compliance.
Okay,
All right? Thank you, sir.
thank you. Again, somebody's going to explain me? Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 23, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 26020129, case address 1208 Southwest 31st Street, owner Concepcion Vasquez, posted at property 4326, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record,
Good morning,
please?
Mateo Vasquez.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on February 5th, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 47-21.15.A.1. An oak tree was removed from the east side of this RS8 zone residential property without first obtaining the required permit from the City of Fort Lauderdale Landscaping Department. The case will be brought to special magistrate requesting imposition of fines up to $15,000 for irreparable and irreversible violation. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting $1,000 civil fine for removing tree without first obtaining the required permit.
What fine are you asking for?
$1,000?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm just here to see if we comply with everything as soon as we could, and just see if we can reduce it a little bit.
Did he mitigate for the tree?
Yes. They applied for a permit and the permit is completed.
And with mitigation?
Yes.
A replacement tree?
Yes.
Okay. Any arguments you want to make in favor of the reduction, other than just ask for it?
It's just, I mean, we spent, a lot of money to put a new tree that, it's been costing us a lot of money for this, over $6,000.
$6,000 to replace the tree?
Well, from start to end, yes.
All right. I'm going to reduce the fine to $500.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 31. Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 26030564, case address 200 East Broward Boulevard, owner Banyan Street Gap, 200 East Broward, owner LLC, posted at property 32826, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Ken Porta.
Are you the owner?
I'm property manager. I represent Banyan Street Cafe.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and others as read. The inspection was conducted on March 16, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.15.I.1.A. There are 7 silver buttonwood trees located on the east walk adjacent to the RAC-CC zone property along Southeast 3rd Ave that have been improperly pruned. The case will be brought to special magistrate to request an imposition of fines up to $15,000 for irreparable and irreversible violation. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 25, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 56 days to comply for violation 47-21.15.I.1.A, or a fine of $150 per day thereafter, and a civil fine of $7,000 for pruning the trees improperly.
All right. I need to understand the order that you're asking for. You're asking for the $7,000 fine in addition to the $150. First of all, are the trees going to be able to to survive, or they have to be replaced?
So they would need to submit an arborist report. I have here Mark from landscaping. He can go through the process of bringing the tree back.
This is our landscape.
Just a minute. Let me hear the city's position.
Yes, so the ULDR, in these cases of tree abuse, it's in the code that we can request an arborist report for remedial pruning in order to evaluate the trees.
Okay,
whether
if the
they can
arborist
remain.
submits a report and the arborist is of the opinion that the trees can survive, do you take that at face value, or you make an independent decision as to whether the arborist's decision is correct?
I mean, we can work with the applicant and the arborist, but we'll evaluate their report, what they're
Do
suggesting.
you have your
as
own
far as
arborist? Do you have the
we
city?
we have arborists on staff, yes.
Okay.
And can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Mark Koenig.
So basically, you're asking for 56 days for them to submit the report and have it reviewed and make a determination as to whether the trees can survive or not, right?
Correct.
If the trees survive, let's say you determined that they can survive and grow out, you're still going to be looking for $7,000 fine?
Yes, Magistrate.
And can I ask why? What's the rationale for that? Other than the fact that they did it improperly? Which I'm not trying to be argumentative, I'm just trying to get the logic here.
We're requesting the $1,000 per tree because that's what's stated in the code for the violation, but it's up to you if you feel that a reduction.
Okay. I'm going to find that the violation exists. I'm going to give the respondent 56 days to come into compliance or face a fine of 150. I'm sorry. Do you want to let you
So-
go ahead?
These trees have been trimmed that way since 2021.
Okay.
They're perfectly healthy. This is our landscaper.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to get into an argument here as to whether they're healthy or not. That's something that you and the arborist can determine. That'll be determined at a later date. What I'm inclined to do is this, and I don't want to cut you off, but I think I'm going to head this way. I'm going to give you the time to submit the report, and then I'm going to impose the fine, but it can be subject to mitigation after the fact. And I think one argument you could make is if the trees do survive, that mitigation would make some sense. If they don't, if they have to be replaced and removed, then I think the fine seems appropriate. But that might be something we can't really determine today, I don't think. So I'm going to issue an order, and again, if there's something else you want to add to the record, I'll let you do that. But I'm inclined to grant 150 days. You can submit your arborist report. They can determine whether the trees, and then you can apply for mitigation after the fact. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Our next case, page 67, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 25080142, case address 550 South Andrews Avenue, owner Blackhawk Properties and Investments, LLC. This case was first heard 2/26/26 to comply by 4/30/26. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fine start 5/1/26, and the city is requesting to reimpose $1,500. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record?
Greg Bruton with GBA.
Okay.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25080142. Property address 550 South Andrews Ave. Responding to a complaint in regards to tree abuse, this property was inspected on August 7th, 2025 for the following violations. 47-21.11.8 withdrawn. 47-21.15.1. One pigeon plum tree was removed from this zone RAC-CC City District residential property without first obtaining a permit. 47-21.15.d. A total of 9 live oak trees have been abused and effectively destroyed. Additionally, 4 date palms on Andrews Ave were also abused and have effectively destroyed. This case will be brought before the Special Magistrate to request an imposition fine up to $15,000 for irreparable and irreversible violation. A pre-hearing inspection on April 25th, 2026 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. As of today, we do have a permit on file, LND-INST-2604-0119. The respondent is here to kind of give us a background on what has been done since the last hearing.
Again, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
We've had discussions with staff since our last meeting, and we paid the fine that was originally submitted by this division.
Well, how much was that?
I think it was $6,000, something like that. I think a total of everything, something like that.
I'm sorry? How much?
I'm not sure on top of my head, but
Yeah,
I believe
I
we
don't
had
have the-
9 trees and another 2. It
Yes.
was like a $100 per tree,
Something like that.
close to
The
$1,600,
point
I
that
believe.
the point that I would like to make this
Yeah.
morning, we did provide the staff with some additional information. An arborist report that stated the 4 date palms were not actually destroyed, that they did live. And so we would like to see that order adjusted in accordance with that new finding that we've been able to provide. The plum tree as well, we have provided information that that tree actually was the result of the major storm that we had at that time that destroyed that tree. We have pictures to show that that was an act of God, not a removal of the tree by the property owner. We would like to know if that could be addressed at this time. Also, if in fact you are in agreement with, if the staff and you, sir, are in agreement with the finding that we've given the staff with regards to those 4 date palms, we've actually paid a fine for that. If that information is accurate and it is accepted, we would, I have to ask if that fine could be adjusted as well, based on the fact that they were not destroyed
All right,
as
well, let me,
previously cited.
what's the city's position on his report? Are you in agreement with what he's saying? You state your name for the record, please.
I'm Laura Tooley, the urban forester for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The city will concede that the 4 Canary Island date palms were not effectively destroyed, but however, they were abused. So I believe the previous fine was for the tree abuse. So they
Not for the replacement
we
of the
would
tree.
not ask for them to be removed and replaced. However, consistent with the arborist report, the oak trees were effectively destroyed and would need to be removed and replaced. And we would require a landscape tree removal permit for that removal and replacement. And also for the pigeon plum, we have not seen any evidence indicating that it was removed as a result of a storm, so we have no knowledge of that.
Okay.
But that would need to be replaced as part of the permit.
We're not disputing replacing those trees at all. We have a permit. The one thing that I will ask, Your Honor, this morning is that we be given more time, because that plan was actually approved by the Development Review Committee. That's going to require a different process than just going for a tree permit.
Yeah, okay.
And therefore, we would like to have more time. For
Now, I'm
that.
inclined to give you additional time. I'm going to leave the fines in place, because the fine was determined at another hearing by someone else.
Okay.
And it was for the tree abuse and not the cost associated with replacing the trees. So basically, what I'm going to do is just grant you some additional time. How much time do you need?
I would say at least 90 to 100 days, because, again, we have to have the plans drawn and reviewed by the DRC. Now, that's the maximum time I think.
Why
that it
is
would
the
take.
DRC reviewing the placement of the trees?
Because we're suggesting in our report, and the arborist is here as well.
Landscape architect.
I'm sorry, landscape architect. But the report suggests that we use some different trees because those trees that were planted there didn't survive, and we're asking.
So you have to go back to the DRC to do that?
Because it was, I think, because it was.
Can I hear?
approved-
I'm sorry,
Special
can I-
Magistrate?
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go
Yes,
ahead.
because the plan was, I am anticipating that once we submit for the permit, that the reviewer will ask, because it was a DRC approved plan, they generally ask for those,
Okay. Yeah,
that review
okay.
to occur.
Yeah.
Special Magistrate?
Yes. Yes.
The city, obviously due to the complexity of this case, and we want to ensure that they're, on the path towards
Right.
compliance, the city would like to request a 56-day extension and a mandatory reappearance, so we can see
Okay.
what progress
Yeah,
has
we
been
can see
made.
where we're at. Is there anything you want to add, ma'am? Can you state your name for the record, please?
Sure, Natalia Barranco. I'm the landscape architect, current and past of this project. Laura, a question for you. With the tree that was,
I'll let you guys work that outside the
Destroyed,
hearing.
though?
No,
Pictures?
just a minute. I'll let you guys work those details outside the hearing. I'm going to grant, what was the request, 56 days? Okay, so I'll extend the time for compliance 56 days, which would be June 25th with an order to reappear. Thank you, folks.
One more case. Next case, also page 67, Inspector Bernstein Steinberg, case number CE 25080620, case address 500 South Andrews Avenue, owner Black Hawk Properties and Investments LLC. This case was first heard 2/26/26 to comply by 4/30/26. One section not complied at $100 per day, and fines start 5/1/26, and this is in order to reappear.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 25080620, property address 500 South Andrews Ave. 47-21.15.d, a total of 9 live oak trees have been abused and effectively destroyed. Additionally, 2 royal palm trees on Andrews Ave were also abused and have been effectively destroyed. This case will be brought before the special magistrate to request an imposition of fines up to $15,000 for irreparable and irreversible violation. Pre-hearing on April 21st, 2026 revealed the following violation stated is not in compliance. As of today, permit LND-INST-26040120 has been applied, and the city is requesting 56 days in a mandatory appearance.
It's the same fact.
Same fact, yes.
Okay, all right. I'm going to grant an extension of 56 days with an order to reappear.
And just for the record, I do want to state the staff has been extremely helpful in meeting with us, and we're trying to make sure that we accomplish.
I may very well be the same person back here, so I guess we'll deal with it then. Okay, good luck to you.
Magistrate, for both cases, we would like to suspend the fines while we're...
Yeah, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Suspend the fines during the period of time. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Norm.
Our next case, also page 67, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 25060029, case address 2901 Southwest 17th Street, C through D, owner A&D Reholdings LLC. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 4/30/26. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 5/1/26, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. My name is David Vasquez. I am the property owner of this property.
Let me hear from the city.
Good morning. This is Matthew Flesher with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 25060029 for the property located at 2901 Southwest 17th Street. At the magistrate hearing on November 6, 2025, Magistrate duty ordered 175 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day. Magistrate duty also ordered a mandatory reappearance at the hearing for today. The notice of hearing was posted at the property on April 9, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 27, and the violation 47-18-47.a remained. And this is in order to reappear.
Yes, sir.
So I'm the owner of the property. I've had this property rented out to my tenant, South Community, which is a sober living facility since 2020. This violation occurred within the last 12 months, I believe. And basically, there's just some licensing that needs to be done by the tenant who operates this facility. He's in the process of obtaining this license. There's a certain lawsuit that's taking place between him and this...
There's a certain what?
Lawsuit.
Between him and who?
Between him and, I guess it's FAR certification, where he needs the license from. So I think it's going to get worked out. I speak with the tenant continuously. Matthew and Carlene have been very, very helpful throughout this process as well. So I just think we need a little bit more time.
How much time do you need?
I think another 6 months would be ideal.
So if I could, Your Honor, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Obviously, one of the ways that you can comply is to stop operating without a license. That gives me great concern, especially in light of what the property owner said, that there's litigation with the very entity that does the licensure. The city's role in assisting the property owner into coming to compliance is fairly straightforward because it is a registration process. But again, this was first heard back in November. I assume that that means it was a few months before that that was identified that it's not been operating. And obviously, for these types of properties, you know, the licensure with the state is very important to protect members of the public and those folks that are actually using the facility.
As far as I'm concerned, ma'am, I don't think the operation has continued at the property.
You don't think it's operating right now?
I don't think so.
Matthew Flesher, one of the pieces of evidence that is in there, there's a Google review from 2 months ago.
One other part that we discussed in the last hearing, I want to say it was that this property, because prior to my ownership, there was a same facility, a same tenant, different entity running the same operation for many years. I think it was like 10 or 15 years. And then my tenant was now running this facility since 2020. So obviously there's a long history of this operation running not only in this property, but in this area. There's several like facilities that I don't own. So I know we discussed something about a legal non-conforming, I guess, grandfathered in, so to speak. I'm not exactly sure. Again, I'm just the owner. I rent the property to my tenant. My tenant does his operation. He's here. If he could speak on, I don't know, but.
Now, I'm going to grant you some additional time. I'm going to grant you 56 days with an order to reappear on June 25th.
June 25th.
I'm granting an extension. There's no reason to speak. I'm granting an extension. I got the city asking me to shut you down, to impose the fine today, okay? So I'm going to grant you some additional time. You told me you thought you could work it out. Isn't that what you told me?
So I'm hoping.
No, I mean, you told me you thought that you could, though, right?
I'm not in litigation.
I understand that, but you told me a few minutes ago that your belief was that it could be worked out.
Yeah, but I think we need more time than
Okay,
56
I'm
days.
going to grant 56 days.
Okay,
All right, with
thank
an
you,
orders
sir.
to reappear. Thank you,
Thank you,
folks.
appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 21. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26020731, case address 501 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Anointed by Christ International Christian Center, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Morning, folks.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Helen Kennedy Gaines. I am the Vice President of Anointed by Christ, here with my husband, Dr. Johnny Gaines, and also our contractor, Ms. Tammy Griffin.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 2nd, 2026, and given time to correct for the following violations. 47-21.9.m. Sections of this RMM 25 zone vacant lot do not have lawn cover as required. 47-22.9 is complied. 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RMM 25 zone property. There is a large canopy and a dumpster on this vacant lot. The canopy has since been removed. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
How much of the fine are you looking for?
$50
Okay.
after 56 days.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. Again, we represent Anointed by Christ International Christian Center, and respectfully to address the code violation that was noticed by the city. This property is owned by a church. We're not conducting any business. We're conducting a charitable service to the community in the distribution of food. We had a tent on the property at one point.
Just a minute,
and-
I'm sorry. Let me just stop you for a second. The violations that I have for this case is that you don't have sufficient lawn coverage, right? And the other one is that there is a large canopy and a dumpster on the vacant lot,
See
right?
the dumpster right there.
Those are the issues I have before me today.
Okay, so the land cover will have our contractor to address that.
Yeah, well, they're looking for 56 days to do that. Okay? You can
Okay.
do that? And then the canopy and the dumpster?
The canopy was there just for when we distribute food. We had a volunteer that provided us tent cover.
Right, what they're looking for is 56 days to remove it.
It's removed. The wind blew it down.
Okay, and then the dumpster?
The dumpster has to be there. When we distribute food, we have anywhere from 50 to 100 boxes that were delivered to the property.
Do they need a permit? Do they have to get a permit for the dumpster?
They do have to have a permit for that. They don't have one.
No, a permit for the dumpster.
You can't get a permit for a dumpster on a vacant lot.
Okay, all right.
But they-
Excuse me, Magistrate.
Yeah, I'm not going to, here's what I'm not going to get into the issue of your operation. I'll leave you to talk to the city about that. I have two issues before me. The ground cover, which you just told me in 56 days you can take care of. And the dumpster is, it can either be there or not, I guess, depending on the use, but that's something you can work out with the city if you don't have the proper licensing. I guess the dumpster will have to go, and it'll have to go in 56 days.
I spoke with Inspector Gavin. By the way, my name is Johnny Gaines.
Okay.
I'm the senior pastor of Anointed by Christ.
Right.
And I spoke with Inspector Gavin on the phone, and I explained to him, and I asked him, could
But
he...
here's the deal. If you're going to make an argument that the dumpster has to be there,
No, I'm not
I
making an
can't
argument.
do anything with that.
Special
Okay?
Magistrate,
The dump, I'm
to your
sorry.
left, to your left. We will have the area supervisor speak to the pastor and the church, and we'll try to work it out with them. We'll speak to you in the back. You can
Okay.
grab Amy Brown's card, and she'll give you a call.
Okay.
So I'm going
Thank
to
you.
give 56 days for both violations or a fine of $50 a day if thereafter.
Okay, so...
I'll let you talk to them about it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Our next case, page 55, it's Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 24100418, case address 1407 Northwest 15th Street, owner Godwin Francis. This case was first heard at 5/9/25 to comply by 6/8/25 and 8/28/25. There are 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $18,200 accrued. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $12,400 accrued, for a total of $30,600. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Martin Katarian.
Are you the owner?
No, I'm representative.
Okay. What's your relationship with him?
That's my brother-in-law.
I'm sorry?
My brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, I'll hear from the city, please.
Good morning, your Magistrate Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24100418, property address 1047 Northwest 15th Street. The case was first heard on May 9, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city. The property owner was ordered 10 days to comply with violation 18-12A. And for all remaining violation, 91 days were ordered, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. Sorry, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. I'm reading the one case. Can we recall this case, please?
I'm sorry?
All that case, we'll
Okay.
come back to you.
Sir,
Give us
can
a
you take
moment.
a seat just for a second? Let's try to bring it back quickly if we can.
We're going to page 30. That's not the right page number. That's not the right page number. I'm sorry, going to page 32. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2603-1092, case address 709 Idlewild Drive, owner FPY Idlewild Developments LLC, posted at property for 926, posted at 1 East Broward for 1626.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Judy. Matthew Scott from Greenstream Water here on behalf of the property owner.
Good morning. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on March 25th, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 15-282 D1C. There are 5 violations of the city ordinance which constitute a request for a 395-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The following violation was from case CE 2507-0376. That violation is 17-71A, amplified sound. The citation was paid uncontested. 4 additional violations were issued under case CE 2511-0010. The first 3, 15-278-1E, a parking violation, 15-278-2B, over occupancy, too many people, 17-7.1A, amplified sound, were imposed at the 12/11/25 special magistrate hearing. The fourth one, 15-33A, a business tax receipt violation, was imposed at the 2/26/26 special magistrate hearing. The city is requesting the full 395-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Yes, sir.
This is a vacation rental property. There were 2 events that led to the total of 5 violations. One was for noise. The other was for someone renting the house and hosting an event there during the boat show. So while it's a total of 5, it's 1 at one event and 4 at one other event that were, all happened because they hosted a boat show party there, basically. None of the violations related to life safety or building permit or anything of that nature. And so, in reviewing the vacation rental code, the special magistrate has the discretion whether to suspend based on these 5 aggregate violations. I think based on the low gravity of the violations and the fact that they were really just 2 events as opposed to 5 distinct rental events, would support the argument against suspension.
Special Magistrate.
Yeah.
We would ask that you follow the recommendation and suspend. This isn't the first occurrence we've had. We had the same issue last year with the same property. So we would recommend that you move forward with the suspension.
You recommend what?
That we move forward with, it's the suspension we're asking for, Wanda, with the suspension.
Yeah, I don't think the code draws a distinction whether the violations happened at multiple events or not. It would say that if that was the intent.
That's correct, but it also doesn't mandate the suspension
Right.
for any 5.
I know, it's discretionary.
Correct. And so, with respect to staff's comment that they've had this issue before, well, that's not before you. What's before you is 5. One happened one time. It was a random noise event.
Well,
from
I
a
think
neighbor.
the fact that it happened in the past would go into the issue about the discretionary nature of it. Are there factors that would mitigate the gravity that would suggest that the suspension should be less? So I understand what you're saying, that those issues aren't here before me today, but I do think if it's discretionary, it probably is something I can consider. I'm inclined to, I'm going to grant the full suspension. I'll give you, how much time do you need before that would go into, I'll give you a chance to try to
I
deal with
appreciate
it.
that. Yeah, so they do have rentals lined up through
How much
the summer.
time do you need?
And so if we could have the suspension start in September, that would allow them to sort out their fall
Special
rentals,
Magistrate,
and
we 30 days is what we can offer for a deferral, but anything outside of that we'd be opposed to.
I'll give you 45 days.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 63. Inspector Rachel Moore, Pat Gavin, presenting case number CE 25050114, case address 111 Southwest 27th Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner 335 Northwest 28th Street, LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 11/19/26. Two suspensions from 2/26/26 to 4/30/26. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $16,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning,
this
sir.
is in order to reappear.
I'm sorry. Good morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Yes, Angel Garcia.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting for Inspector Moore, case and address as read. This property was first brought before the Special Magistrate on August 28, 2025. At that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 83 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter per violation. At the Special Magistrate hearing on February 26, 2026, Special Magistrate Duty granted a 63-day extension with an order to reappear. On April 6, 2026, the property was found to be in compliance of all cited violations. As of a pre-hearing inspection on April 27, 2026, the property remains in compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $16,800.
Yes, sir.
No, I'll just be rescheduling for mitigation
Yeah.
of the fines.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to post a fine, and then you can apply for mitigation.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You ready? We're going to recall the case on page 55. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24100418, case address 1407 Northwest 15th Street, owner Godwin Francis.
Hello, good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning again, your magistrate, Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24100418, property address 1047 Northwest 15th Street. This is another to reappear, then the property owner is here, so at this time I'm going to let him speak.
No, I need to ask you, there's two items that are not in compliance, right? That's
Correct.
Is it the windows, the broken windows?
Your Honor, for the record, the broken window has been in compliance as of April 25, 2026.
Okay, so
The
that's
landscape-
in compliance.
That is correct.
So the only thing that's not in compliance then is the dead and missing ground cover, is that right?
That is correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I planted some grass, but I'm waiting on the landscaper to deliver the rest of the grass.
How much time do you need?
How much you can give me?
How much time do you need?
I probably need about 2 months. 'Cause I
You're
got-
waiting for the landscape, the sod to be delivered?
No, I got other stuff I want to do around the house.
Right, so you don't need 60 days to do that.
Okay.
Special
All right,
Magistrate.
I'm going to grant an extension.
Special Magistrate.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm granting an extension.
Special Magistrate.
Yes.
To your left. But before we grant the extension, I'd ask, when is the landscaper supposed to deliver the grass? This is almost a 2-year-old case.
He said he delivered on Tuesday.
Special Magistrate, I would give 28 days
Yeah,
and
I was going to do 28
okay.
days. 28 days. I'll suspend, the only fine, I mean, the existing fines are there. I'll suspend the fine for this violation during that period of time. Do you want an order to reappear or just let it go? Let it go. Okay. The time for extension will be until May 28th. Good luck to you, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bovary, you have another case. Our next case, page 57. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25050528, case address 1420 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Pamela Cruz. This case was first heard 12/11/25 to comply by 12/26/25 and 1/29/26. 6 sections not complied at $50 per day, $32,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, your magistrate, Officer Exensis on behalf of
Hold
City
on,
of...
just a minute. Just a minute. Going to put that microphone down for her, please. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You state your name for the record, please.
Pamela Cruz.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Magistrate Officer Exantis. On behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 2505-28, property address 1420 Northwest 15 Terrace. The case was first heard on November the 6th, 2025, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to 15 days to comply with violation 18-12A. And for the remaining violation, 35 days was ordered or fine of $100 for each day thereafter. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 15, 2026. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29, 2026, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anything she wants to say?
I don't have the money.
The thing is, Your Honor,
Yes. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Chanel Cruz.
What's your relationship to the owner?
That's my mom.
Your mom. Okay. Realistically, what can we do here?
Well, after my dad passed, we fell on hard times, and she didn't even remember anything about the violations. It's when she was hospitalized and she got out, she totally forgot, and I didn't know anything about it.
When did you find out about it?
When they placed a letter on the door, like last week, I think.
All right, let me ask you a question. There are a lot of violations here, and the fines are pretty steep. I need some sort of sense of realistically what you can do and what you can't do.
Clean the yard.
We can clean the yard.
You could
The
clean up
grass
all
is
the
already
outdoor
cut.
storage. You could take all that trash.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that would be a good start.
But it's
You've got, here's what it looks like. Here's what you've got. There's trash and debris. I think you can take care of that. Outdoor storage. Again, I think that's get rid of the stuff outside. Commercial vehicle. What's the commercial vehicle?
That is in compliance, Your Honor. That has been in compliance, as well as the derelict vehicle. This thing has been in compliance.
Okay. There's accumulation of leaves on the public right-of-way. Missing ground cover. All right, so they need to clean and paint the exterior walls. I mean, look, I can understand the difficulty, what's going on here, but some of this is relatively straightforward, the trash and debris in the car and all the rest. That's something you can help her with, I would think.
Yes, definitely. Because she's not mobile.
No, I understand. I'm looking to you, actually. I mean, I know you're not the respondent here, but realistically, I'm not sure who else I'm going to look to.
Special Magistrate?
Yeah.
To your left. Let's give 84 days with the stay of fines, and then I'll connect them with the HCD so we can try to get this resolved.
Let's do that. 84 days? All right, I'll extend the time for compliance 84 days. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. Good luck to you.
They can meet you at the back, and that way we're going to see if there's a program that can help your mom to come into compliance.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25060333, case address 1001 Southwest 31st Street, owner Mali Khan Investments, LLC, Santana Property Investment Corp. This case was first heard 8/25/25 to comply by 9/12/25 and 11/19/25. One suspension from 1/29/26 to 4/30/26. One section complied at $100 per day, $7,100 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Armando Santana.
You're the owner?
Yes.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale. Code compliance presenting case and address as read.
The case was last heard on January 29, 2026 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 91 days extension to comply for violation 9-306 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 28, 2026. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in total of $7,100 for the 71 days the property was out of compliance from November 19, 2025 through January 29, 2026.
Yes, sir.
So we were caught in between the permits and the permit approval and construction schedule, and we could not get anything done as fast as it was required.
What I'm inclined to do is impose the fine. There's a mitigation process, and you can talk to them about what you just told me about the difficulties with the permits and stuff, and they take that into account when the mitigation is considered.
Okay.
Okay? All right,
So
I'm going to impose the fine.
what's the amount?
The amount is $7,100.
The full amount?
That's the full amount, right?
Can
Correct.
we request a reduction?
No, what I'm going to do is impose it, and then there's a mitigation process that you can apply for, and they'll deal with it that way.
How would I get the information?
We'll talk to you about that in
I think
back.
the ladies at the back can give you that information.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 47, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25070326, case address 1535 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Gonzava LLC. This case was first heard 12/11/25 to comply by 12/26/25 and 1/29/26. One suspension from 1/29/26 to 4/30/26. One section complied at $100 per day, $700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. State
morning,
your name for the
Magistrate.
record, please.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, your Magistrate Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2507-0326, property address 1535 Northwest 9th Avenue. The case was first heard in December 11, 2025. Magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 15 days to comply with violation 18-12A and 49 days for the remaining violations, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter. At this time, all violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Well, the fine's $700. Is that what you're saying?
Affirmative.
I'm sorry?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Magistrate. We complete all the violation for December 3rd, and then we had a new tenant, and the tenant left. So they put all the trash and everything outside the property. On December 26th, we received another letter. We tried to fix. We contact the inspector. And then for December 31st, we cut the grass. We cleaned the property. But outside the property, there is a bus stop. So there is a lot of people putting trash on the grass. So how can we fix that?
Well, you're the owner of the property, and I'm not in a position to try to
Yes.
how to deal. I understand it, but you're going to have to find a way to deal with it. All right, I mean, the property's in compliance. You complied the vast majority of the violations. I'm going to reduce the fine to $200.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 58, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 210-2107-0735, case address 1051 Northwest 26th Avenue, owner Guarino LLC. This case was first heard 7/6/21 to comply by 8/10/21. One section complied at $250 for a total of $40,750. The city is requesting $571. We're also requesting to vacate the order imposing fine from 10/21/21 and to release the lien.
Good morning. Just one second. State your name for the record for me.
Fernanda Florenza. Good morning.
Was there a lien for $40,000? Okay, and how did you come up with $571?
The inspector's going to explain it.
Yes. Pat.
You ready? Yes. Good morning. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on July 26, 2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by August 10, 2021. The violations were brought into compliance on January 20, 2022. This case was non-compliant for 163 days with a fee of $250 per day for a total of $40,750 currently due. The city brought this case before the magistrate on October 21st, 2021, and received an order imposing fines. However, those fines should have stopped accruing when compliance was met. The fines continued to accrue after this date. On 11/17/2021, a lien was filed against the property. The city wishes to vacate the order imposing fines of 10/21/21 and release the lien that was filed on 11/17/21 and is rather seeking the administrative costs of $571.
Yes, ma'am.
No, just nothing to say.
All right, I'll impose the administrative costs, which were $571. Good
Thank
luck
you very
to
much.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Have a good day.
Our next case, page 37, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2603-0339, case address 2001 Southeast 25th Avenue, owner Mark 10 and Christine M. Lowney Trust, posted at property for 126, posted at 1 East Broward for 1626.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Kristen Chancholo for the owners.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 17, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A complied. This is a recurring violation of CE 26030240, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Due to this being a recurring violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following day, March 17th. The vacation rental application has been approved and the inspection is scheduled for May 9th.
All right, just so I understand, the inspection hasn't yet taken place, but you have it complied?
Yes, they took their advertisements down.
Oh, got it, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so this was a long-term rental property, and the owners wanted to transition into a short-term rental. We did file for the application. It was approved. Business tax license was approved. The office was building the listing, and inadvertently, when they were building the listing, it must have gone live for the day that it was found to be in non-compliance. It's not being operated as a vacation rental. It had a long-term tenant in it, and the owners actually are using the property, which is the reason they're transitioning to short-term rental. They did not want to go ahead and do the renewal of the long-term rental because they want to be able to use the property when they want to use it because they're coming down from the northeast.
All right, I'm a little confused. It sits vacant when they're not here?
Well, right now it's vacant.
No, but I mean, what's their plan?
No, their plan is they do want to rent it for short term now. They had an annual rental in there, a long-term renter. That renter moved out.
Okay,
so when this violation occurred, though, when this occurred,
Yeah.
the long-term renter was still in property. The listing was being built, and when the listing was being built, they, instead of just building the listing, they accidentally let it go live, which was not the intention. So it was a mistake that was made by my office staff, and I apologize for that. She's been coached and obviously, trained properly. But I do, ask for leniency. These are friends of mine.
Yeah, I'm going to waive the fine.
This is actually a repeat.
It's a repeat?
Yes, Your Honor. It was a repeat violation.
Wow. This is a repeat violation?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, it's a recurring violation due to a citation was issued on the property. There's another case, citation case that's going to be heard with this property.
All right, I'm going to pose the fine.
Okay. All right, so are we going to hear the second? Because I requested the appeal for the one case, which is, I believe, the one we were just speaking about,
No,
but I'm not sure.
The appeal is coming up on the citation.
Okay.
That's going to be this case right now.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. So I'm confused. So which case was it?
This is case CE 260303339.
Right. So this was the posting that I have in my hand, just so I can understand. And this posting date was on 3/18, which was the day that I requested the appeal.
No.
And I spoke with you. No. Okay.
That paper that you're holding, that's the inspection report. That
Okay.
was the one that was posted on March 17th for case CE 26030339.
Okay.
The violation was found on the 17th, and that part is posted on the 18th.
On the 18th. Okay,
Yeah.
it was a print date on the 18th.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have the actual violation on the 17th.
Let's deal with this case right
Okay.
now. In view of the view of the fact that it's a repeat violation, which is
Occurring,
what they told me when they read it, but I kind of missed that point, then.
It's a repeat violation from when? I'm sorry, I'm trying to just
Well,
understand.
they got a case number here.
Okay.
So
Because I
that's.
have another case here, which was
I'm trying to deal with this one.
Got it.
Okay? There's a prior here. Which,
Okay.
I know you said it was inadvertent, it was a one-time thing, I was
we
kind
should
of
wait the
accepting
citation
that, but in
first.
view of the fact that it's happened in the past, I'm gonna impose the
Okay.
fine.
When was it happen in the past, though? That's what I'm trying to
There's a
understand.
case number,
sir.
I'll let you talk to them about
Okay.
the case
All
number.
right.
The next case, page 41, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 26030240, case address 2001 Southeast 25th Avenue, owner Mark 10 and Christine M. Lowney Trust. This case was first cited 3626 to comply by 3626. One section complied at $500 per day for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/21/26. The city is requesting the full amount, and a citation appeal was received.
Okay.
State your name for the record, please.
Tristan Chancholo for the owners.
Let me hear from the city.
Okay.
please.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 6, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is operating as a vacation rental property without the required vacation rental certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and the imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026, in the violation remains due to the fines having been paid. So the city is requesting the full amount of the fine to be imposed.
All right, so what's different here is that you give them you cite them, you give them 24 hours, and then if they notify you and take care of it, the fine is $500 as opposed to $1,000. Am I correct
Yes,
about
sir.
that?
During spring break period, we issued a citation for $500. They're given 24 hours to remove their advertisements, which will come into compliance. And if they didn't, then a notice of violation, which is that inspection report, will be issued.
Is this related to these facts
Yes.
related to the prior case?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I was not even aware of this at all,
Yeah.
and I apologize. This is the one that I had.
Yeah.
And the minute that I found out about it, we sat down with the woman in the office, explained to her the listing, how to post the listing, and what to do. Like I said, this property had a long-term tenant. We don't rent for spring break. We do not do any of this. This is a very high-end property.
Okay, I understand that, but in view of the fact there's a prior
Yeah, no, I
violation,
know, but
I'm going to impose the fine.
Okay, so what is the fine for this?
This is $500.
Okay, and so just so I'm understanding, because this is the only one that I was aware of.
Well, I'll let you talk to staff
Okay.
about what you got.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 52, Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 240400246, case address 2300 Northwest 15th Court, owner Islanders Homes Investment LLC. This case was first heard 1/14/25 to comply by 5/13/25. There are two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $50 per day, $9,100 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Maurice Walker.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record.
He's still waiting.
At Special Magistrate on 1/13/26 hearing, Special Magistrate duly granted 91-day extension. At Special 6/25 hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 15-day extension. As of an inspection on 12/11/25, the case is now in compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my property was run into by FPL in the back of the property. And then 2 weeks later, somebody ran in the front of the property. 1 day before the insurance was canceled. 1 day after the insurance was canceled. It seemed as if all my properties were targeted at the time.
Okay, here's the deal. I think...
I did work and comply with every agreement. But the one outstanding thing that was left was painting the property, but there was stucco work being done. And they're saying...
I'm sorry, what was that? There was painting to be done and what?
Painting was the only thing that was left
that.
outstanding. I didn't realize that I needed to paint the property while I was in the process of stuccoing the entire house. So when I came back the last time, I promised the judge that I would just go ahead and paint that which was stuccoed, and I stopped stuccoing the house because I didn't want to keep in violation by keep stuccoing the house.
Okay, here, the case was initially heard in January of 2025. Okay,
Yes,
it
sir.
is April of 2026. That's a very long time. It's in compliance now. That's what they told me. So let me finish, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm going to do is impose the fine and then give you the opportunity to apply for mitigation after the fact. And you can make the arguments that you're making to me to the people that deal with the mitigation.
I agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector Rachel Moore, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 26030527, case address 2711 Southwest 8th Street, owner 2711 Southwest Land Trust, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Michelle Reed.
Are you the owner?
Yes, owner.
Good morning. Pat Gavin of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting for Inspector Moore, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on February 25th, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A is complied. 47-20.20H, the parking facility at this RMM 25 zone property is not maintained. The apron asphalt is in poor condition with some sections missing. 9280B, which is a recurring violation. Apartment 3 contains building parts that are deteriorated and not being properly maintained. Baseboards are worn and damaged. Kitchen cabinets are in disrepair, and the living room ceiling is sagging and caving. All affected areas must be repaired or replaced to restore safe and proper condition. This is a recurring violation per case CE 24120625. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9280F is complied. The plumbing at apartment 3 for this property is in disrepair and not maintained in proper working order. The toilet is not flushing properly. The bathtub and kitchen sink are backed up. This is a recurring violation of case CE 24120625. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-306 is complied. Structural parts such as fascia on the west side of the building are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation of case CE 23120115. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-363 is complied. Contact has been made with the property owner concerning the cited violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated April 27, 26, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 56 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter. The city is also requesting a finding of fact for all recurring violations.
So the outstanding ones are 47-2020, 9280B, and that's it, right? Those two.
Yes, those are the ones that are still outstanding.
And you're looking for finding of facts on the other one because they're reoccurring. Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell me which items are not in compliance?
The parking facility and apartment 3.
I added gravel myself.
I'm sorry?
The parking facility?
The parking facility is not maintained. And apartment 3, building parts are deteriorated. The baseboards the kitchen cabinets, the living room ceiling.
All have been taken care of, and I have photos.
When did you do your inspection?
This isn't my case. This was Inspector Moore. Her last inspection was on April 27th.
Okay. She have to resurface the parking lot? Is that what she needs to do?
Resurface and restripe it.
Okay.
If I can, Inspector Moore said that for
And
I'm sorry.
And the apron was in poor condition.
So for the apron, gravel was added, and I sent photos to Inspector Moore asking if that was sufficient, and she said yes. She texted yes. The ceiling was repaired.
So do you want to respond?
So, yeah, so we're asking for the 56 days. If it's already done, we'll come out and do an inspection.
All right, I'm going to find that the two violations exist. If they are in compliance, then that'll come up within the 56 days. I'm going to make a finding of fact as to the other violations. The respondent will be given until June 25th to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day. You don't want a notice to reappear, do you, or do you?
No.
No. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you. So what happens next? Does that sound clear?
Pat, you want to talk to her outside the hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 35, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2603-0808, case address 1600 Point Seattle Drive, owner 1600 Point Seattle Drive, LLC, posted at property 33026, posted at Winnie's Broward 41626.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Morning, Alex Karamanoglu.
Okay. Are you the owner?
I'm the property manager.
Property manager.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for KCE 2603-0808, 1600 Point Seattle Drive, was cited on 3/19/2026 for 15272A. This property is operating a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. Violations continue beyond the 24-hour compliance period provided in civil citation reference CE 2603-0601. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, the case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city will request the imposition of a fine in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The violation days where it was not in compliance was 3/18/26, 3/19/26, 3/20/26, 3/23/26, 3/24/26, 3/25/26, 3/27/26, and 3/30/26. The city is requesting the 8 violations of $1,000 apiece for a total of $8,000.
All right.
I wanted to ask you a quick question. We manage a handful of properties in Wilton Manors in Fort Lauderdale, and last time this happened to me was a while back, but the process was different. There was a grace period. I understand that turning off the advertisement should be fairly easy, but in certain cases, these things get syndicated to websites that we don't always have access to turn off, believe it or not. It sounds silly, but you just simply don't have it. It's not like the big ones like Airbnb or VRBO. They're fringe, and they get syndicated to that. So it's harder to grab a hold of them to be able to say, you need to turn this off. We've already, a week or so ago, put in the application. I was completely missed it, and my fault. I take ownership of it. It's just that I'm curious as to when, because there's 2 cases, this one and the other one, I know he just referenced it, but I wanted to understand when this changed, because this, again, last time ago.
Let me ask the city, was there a grace period prior? Was there a grace period prior in the ordinance?
A grace period for that? For the violation itself?
I mean, can you respond to the question that he asked?
I'll repeat. The question was, let's say, a year ago. And again, this happened to me even longer than that because we try to keep up with the licensing. But at the very beginning, when this would happen, the city would offer, like, you have to comply by the next, 30 days or so. It wasn't like you got to turn it off in 24 hours, otherwise it's $1,000 a day because it's, crazy, right? I mean, it's ominous, and I get it. You want people to comply, and not, you're totally right in doing so. But I'm just curious as to when this changed because I didn't understand.
Special Magistrate.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. I'm aware what he is referencing, which is what we do with most violations where we initially give a compliance time frame. However, based on, you're
talking about typical code case.
Yes, yes. And what we also did with operating without a certificate, however, due to the transient nature of the violation and the way that it was being handled before, when we would give them time and we would see that the people would wait until the last hour to take their ads down or to come into compliance, it wasn't rendering compliance. That is why
was the ordinance changed?
No, but we have the ability to request an immediate fine due to the nature of the violation, which is why we did it that way.
But not like.
But there was an administrative policy. I mean, there was a change inherent within the department.
It's a process
itself.
Correct.
change.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Based on your experience,
Yes, sir.
that people would wait till the last minute and then
Yes.
rent it out for the entire time, and it just
Yes.
kind of okay. I got it.
But in general, though, not me, yes? I just
Well,
want to
I
make sure I'm not singled
I
out.
think what she's saying is that the ordinance hasn't changed. I think that the experience of trying to deal with the ordinance taught them that if they granted additional time, it didn't really work out very well. But from the very first day, I think the ordinance allowed what's happening now. So, I mean, it's...
My question is, and I understand that you have the ability to do what you've done, but our track record is, fairly good with the
Yeah,
city
I'm
of
going to
Fort Lauderdale.
impose the fine as I've done all morning, but I'm going, you can make and I understand your argument. You can make these arguments for mitigation, and they can take that into account. And they can take into account your track record, I think, frankly.
Is it
I mean, there is a
mitigation?
prior case here, but
Right.
anyway, I'm going to impose the fine, and you can do mitigation.
No worries. And then one last question, Lenny. It remains open, though. It's not closed. The other.
No, I showed the last violation was on 3/30, and I complied on 4/1 when I looked, and there was no longer any listings.
Okay, but there was a second, the second case that's open, that remains open. It's not closed.
Well, that's a different case.
Oh,
I'll let
yeah.
you talk to him outside.
No worries. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 33, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2512-0666, case address 4040 Galt Ocean Drive, number 511, owner Justin Friedley, posted at property 4126, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Sorry, what page?
Page 33.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Justin Friedel.
Okay.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 25120666, 4040 Gold Ocean Drive, number 511. This property was cited on 12/23/2025 for 15281A. The vacation rental property is operating without expired certificate. As of yesterday, when I checked, they still have a listing up, so it has not been complied. Therefore, the city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $500 per day thereafter.
And compliance would be to take the listing down?
Yes, get a certificate or take your listing
Or
down.
get their certificate. Yes, sir.
I get so confused with this process. I always try to start in August, and I think that at one point I had to get the business tax license, and I received a thing that it said it'll be emailed, and then I thought that was, I was good. I think I laughed. So I'd call I'd call, and I found out after, I don't know, a month or so that person was not there. And then,
Okay,
and then
I got it. I mean, I know you're frustrated with the process. I got that. What this case is about is you don't have a certificate right now, and they want to give you 15 days to eat.
So after I received the notice on my door, I called. The lady's very helpful, but she's very busy. She's overworked. I finally got that business license after the third time. I believe I'm compliant with all the 4 things, but then I needed to pay $880, like a fine. Before I emailed, and this was sometime this month. I don't know when.
What is it you want me to do?
I don't really know what I have to do.
I'll let you talk to them.
So that I can then.
Okay, I don't have the authority to do that. I'll let you talk to them.
I don't know. I don't. It's just every year I got to incur a fine all my time. I'm not good with the computer. It's just a pain.
Well, it seems to me.
I mean, all the time, and nobody helps.
Okay. Also been the same. We've increased the price.
I gotta call everybody all the time.
All right.
Nobody calls me back. Like I want to do it, but I don't know what to do. And then you guys give me fine after fine after fine for I'm trying. So I don't know what to ask for. I mean, if somebody would just
You want to give them some
take me
additional?
outside and help me, I'll do it.
Give them some additional time or not?
The policy's been the same for quite a while now, and he has to renew it just like if you had a pizzeria or anything else. You have to do the Broward County. You got to do, you got to do the state.
All right, here's the deal. I understand you're frustrated. I get that. I'm a fact finder here. That's my job. Let me finish, please.
Yes, sir.
And the facts indicate that you don't have a current certificate. I'll give you 15 days to take care of that. You can take care of it, I think, in 2 ways. Either get the certificate, or you could stop running the ad, which will solve it, and then you can get the certificate. You got to do one or the other. And I think 15 days, at the very minimum, to take the ad down doesn't seem to be too much to ask. So,
Special Magistrate?
Yeah.
Sorry, to your left. You can go to, sir, to your right. You can go to the office and speak to the vacation rental team in the office, and they'll help you if you need some help.
okay,
And we'll
all
talk
right.
to you in the back
okay,
after this.
You guys can talk about that. Again, we got a lot of cases here. I understand your frustration. Go talk to them.
Your Honor, may I
the
just
respondent
say-
will be given until May 15th to come into compliance or face a fine. What was the fine amount?
I just want to advise him if you're doing this, and there's been now a finding of fact that the violation did occur. If he takes the license down and he does it again,
Takes the ad
then if the ad and in compliance again, we'll be asking for fines immediately.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
I'm just asking for leniency with the 880. I've
No,
tried
there's
this.
not. I can't deal with that at this point. It's beyond the scope of what I can do. All right. Thank you, sir. Our next case, page 21, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26020465, case address 4 West Los Olas Boulevard, owner Elevate One River LLC, personal service on 4/13/26, posted at 1 East Broward 4/16/26. Is there a respondent here for Anybody here 4 for that case? West Los Olas? 4 West Los Olas. Elevate One River LLC. Okay, let's do another case.
We're asking for a continuance on that until July 23rd.
All right, it'll be continued to July 23rd. Our next case, page 33. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26030591, case address 1208 Northeast 15th Avenue, number 2, owner 7358 Northwest 47th Place LLC, posted at property 4926, posted at 1 East Broward 4/16/26. Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning as well. Johannes Wenzel Lewinsky.
You the owner?
Yes, I am. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Just to be sure, this is case CE 2603-0591?
Correct.
Okay. This property was inspected on 3/13/26, and the following violation was observed. This property is operating a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. The violation continued beyond the 24-hour compliance period provided in the civil citation reference case CE 2603-0512. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, the case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city will request the imposition of the fine in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found out of violation. This property was not in compliance for 3/13/26, 3/16/26, and 3/17/26. As of the 4/28/26, this property is in compliance. No vacation rental certificate has been applied for.
Talking about a $3,000 fine?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
As this picture shows, my neighbor sent me, I don't live very close, but I got the picture of this violation. Thank you for posting it. 23 minutes late, I called the inspector. She was right away available. Excellent. 23 minutes later, I took the listing down. I think, my modest opinion, I was perfectly in compliance with immediately adhering to the mandate of Inspector Aquavella, City of Fort Lauderdale.
Do you have a property manager? Do you have a property manager?
I don't, no. I used to.
Were you local?
Yeah, again, yes. I travel a lot for business. But I'm strictly local. I live in Hollywood.
So they were given 24 hours notice, right?
This is the second case. The first case, they were given 24 hours notice. This is the second case where it was still out of compliance, and the ad was found 3 times. The first case was a $500 citation.
Is that part of it?
I don't have it at all, so it must be.
I paid that right away.
I'm going to impose the fine. You can apply for mitigation after the fact. Thank you, sir.
And I will talk to an inspector about the mitigation process.
Yeah, I think in the back.
Talk to the ladies in the back.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 62. Inspector Rachel Moore, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 25060661, case address 1031 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Raquel Hidalgo. This case was first heard 11/19/25 to comply by 3/26/26. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $7,000 accrued. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $950 accrued, for a total of $7,950. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Raquel Hidalgo.
You can pull that microphone down a little bit. There you go.
Inspector Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting for Inspector Moore, case and address as read. This property was first brought before the special magistrate on March 26, 2025. At the special magistrate hearing on November 19, 2025, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 127 days to comply, or $50 per day per violation thereafter, with a mandatory reappearance. At the special magistrate hearing on March 26, 2026, Special Magistrate Flynn denied an extension due to the respondent's failure to appear, and fines began to accrue. As of the pre-hearing inspection dated April 27, 2026, the property remains out of compliance. As the property owner is actively collaborating with the Housing Community Development Department to resolve the cited violations, the city does not object to granting an additional 119 days along with the suspension of fines.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anything you want to say?
No.
Okay. I grant an extension of 119 days, which would be August 27th, and the fines will be suspended during that period of time. Good luck to you.
Thank you. And how about the past amount I have to pay?
Well, I'll let you.
The fines that were already imposed.
Yeah, they've been imposed, but after the fact, after you come into compliance, there's a mitigation process.
Okay.
which
Thank
I've
you, sir.
mentioned
Special magistrate,
quite a bit. Yes.
just in case, can we have a mandatory reappearance, please?
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
So what they're at, when you come back to the microphone, let's be clear, over here, let's go back to the microphone, let's be clear what's happened here. You've got some existing fines for things that are in compliance. They're still there. You've got some violations that are still not taken care of, and I've suspended the fines for a period of 119 days to give you the opportunity to correct them. The city just asked for a mandatory reappearance, which would require you to come back on August 27th to this meeting, assuming you're not in compliance. When you come into compliance, you're going to have to deal with the existing fine. There's a mitigation process. They'll probably come back and look to impose the fines, and we'll deal with it then. All right, good luck
Thank
to
you, sir.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Our next case, page 41. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2603-0156, case address 1128 Northeast 15th Avenue, owner Rick Shiara Presley. This case was first cited at 3426 to comply by 3426. One section complied at $500 per day for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/19/26. Cities requesting the full amount, and the citation appeal was received.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, all. My name is Rick Presley. I'm a property owner.
Okay.
We
Wait,
have
no. Let me hear from the city. Not sure whose case this is.
I'm sorry, Magistrate.
Wanda.
I think she's in the bathroom.
She's not here right this moment, so let's take a seat. I'll be with you in just a second. She'll be back, okay? Thank you.
Our next case, page 48. Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 2603-0040, case address 3649 Southwest 16th Street, owner Maximo Oswaldo Carretero. This case was first cited 3426 to comply by 3426. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/19/26. Cities requesting the full amount, and no appeal was received.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record.
Maximo Carretero.
Okay, thank you.
Could you repeat the page number?
48.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 2603-0040, property address 3649 Southwest 16th Street. This property was initially inspected on March 4, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A is complied. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026, and the violation is still complied. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed. And the vacation rental application has been approved, and the inspection is scheduled for May 9th.
Okay, so there was no appeal, right? No. Okay. I'm not inclined to let you speak, and I'll tell you why. There's a process here, and if I open the door to let everybody that didn't file appeal make an appearance and make their argument, it isn't going to really work. So I'm going to impose the fine. There's a mitigation process.
I actually applied for an appeal. I sent an email.
Yeah, but I
sent an email
maybe not within the time frame. I'll let the city respond.
I did send an email for the appeal.
Let me see.
Let me see right here. Hold on. I have to look it up, but I know I did send an email. If you give me a minute, I could go ahead and come back. But I did send an email for
Well,
the
I'll tell you
appeal.
what. Let's table the case for a few minutes to get everybody to take a look at it. I need to know whether there's what I'm dealing with an appeal. Is there an appeal? Let's table it. We'll take a look. If you want to try to find it as well,
no
you can
problem.
talk. Okay.
Should I sit back down or?
Yeah, sit back
Okay.
down. Then. Actually, if you could talk to him, if he comes up with a date, maybe you could talk to staff about trying to find out if they got it or not. Okay, what's next?
Our next case, page 41, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2603-0156, case address 1128 Northeast 15th Avenue, owner Rick Shiara Presley. This case was first cited 3426 to comply by 3426. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline 3/19/26. Cities requesting the full amount, and the citation was received.
You state your name again, please.
Rick Presley, property owner. Good morning.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on 3/4/26, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A, this property is operating a vacation rental without the required certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and imposition of daily fines of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. Secondary case CE 2603-0582 was opened and is still in violation. The city was issued a citation was issued under the original case.
All right.
The city is requesting full imposition of fines, $500.
This is a case for their failure to respond within 24 hours?
No, sir. This is a case of advertising without a vacation rental certificate.
Did they get 24 hours to take it down?
Yes.
Okay, and they did not. Is
They
that
did
right?
not.
Okay, and then you say
Well,
that-
that's an immediate fine. That was an immediate fine. And then they get 24 hours, and if they are still advertising, then I open
That's
another case.
$1,000 a day.
And it's $1,000 a day.
All right, it's the
which is
transient
going
it's
on.
the transient nature of the violation that the city takes the position they can issue an immediate fine without giving them a period of time to come into compliance. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
And there is a secondary case that has not been called yet that as of today, or as of 2 days ago, it is still advertising.
Okay. Is that on the agenda?
Yes, it is.
I mean, today. It's on today's agenda? Okay. Yes, sir.
The way they serve us, the way I understood, inappropriate because they put the paper there, specifically when they sent to my house. There was raining, the paper was on the ground, and there has a park in the front. I could see the first time because I can't see because it was raining. When I got this paper on the ground, immediately I contacted the inspector. I sent the email to document it, and I understood the situation. And then was a second one, because I did see the
I'm
first
assuming the second one is the next case. Is that right?
I would assume so, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to deal with the second one yet. We're dealing with this one.
Okay. And then I pretty much what I did, I sent an email, I contacted the city, and then I removed the ads.
Well, actually,
because
they tell
I have
me
a company that
they
was-
tell me the ads are still up. Is that right?
Yes, the ads are still
Okay.
up.
I'm going to impose the fine. You want to go to the next case?
Yes, sir.
Next case, also page 41. Well, this is a different address, yes.
32.
32. Next case, page 32. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 260300582, case address 1128 Northeast 15th Avenue. Owner, Rick Shiara Presley, posted at property 4926, posted at Waynesboro 41626.
Case and address is read.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. I'm sorry. You need to state your name again for this case.
Rick Presley.
Thank you.
All right, Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property is operating a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. The violation continued beyond the 24-hour compliance period provided in the civil citation, reference case CE 2603-0156. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, this case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of compliance prior to the special hearing date. The city will request the imposition of fine in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be out of violation. This property was out of compliance on 3/14/26, 4/16/26, and 4/28/26. As of 4/28/26, this case has not been complied. No application has been applied for.
Are you looking for $3,000 in fines?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I would like to go to litigation because we have applied for the BPR and even I send that information because the way I ask a company to do this license for me, they understood what I was requesting for. They applied for the BPR. I have the license for the BPR.
Why are the ads running?
The BPR is a short-term rental through the state.
Why are the ads running?
I completely don't understand why it's still running because from my knowledge, I have a company that run these ads and supposed to not be online.
Well, they're running.
But I will
Special
double check.
magistrate?
I will double check because
Yeah.
it's against all my
Yeah,
information.
just a second. Yes.
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale, just for reference, even if he is trying to go through the process of obtaining a vacation rental certificate, it wouldn't be issued anyways because there's an open building case on this property for illegally altering the property. So it wouldn't even be issued right now. He needs to take the ads down and stop renting.
Okay, in view of the fact that the ads are still running, yes,
Your
go
Honor, can I
ahead.
just ask one question? You don't live at this property?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Which property? Because we are talking about two different properties.
No, we're not.
The property that we're talking about.
It's 1128.
1128 Northeast 15th.
Yes, I live in the property, but I travel a lot. I mean, not every day in the property.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. I'm going to impose a fine of $3,000. When you come into compliance,
Can go for litigation or not? Because I'm
sorry?
I still can go for litigation or
No,
not?
you can't. You're not eligible for lien amnesty because you have violations. You've got the building violation that Supervisor Brown just mentioned, and this is in violation. So until you come into full compliance on the property with all violations.
mitigation takes place when the property is I didn't mean to cut you off. When property is entirely in compliance, then you do mitigation. You're not there yet. You got just a minute. They're telling me you're still running ads, and you've got somebody apparently that's taking care of this for you. You might want to check with, let me finish. Okay, everybody just wants to talk before I get a chance. So you might want to talk to them. And then I guess there's a building case that has to deal with a separate code case, which is not a vacation rental case. That's a separate thing. That has to be taken care of, too, before you can apply for mitigation. Okay? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ron.
I think he has one more case.
Sir, do you have another case?
No, he has the third one. 1136 Northeast 15th Avenue?
What page?
Also page 41. Page 41, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26030586, case address 1136 Northeast 15th Avenue, owner Rick Chiara Presley. This case was first cited 31426 to comply by 31426. One section complied at $500 per day for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 32926. City is requesting the full amount and a citation appeal was received.
State your name for the record, please, again.
Rick Presley.
Is this a duplex?
No, that's a separate property.
Separate property, okay. Here from the city, please.
Case and address of read, Wanda Aquavella for the city. This property was initially inspected on 3/14/26. The following violation was observed. 15-272A, this property is operating as a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. A citation was issued. No additional case was needed. The violation was complied. Citation appeal was submitted. City is requesting full amount of the fines to be imposed, $500.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty much the same situation of the other property.
Same facts.
The same tax, yes.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you, sir.
Since this is a different property, I still cannot go for appeal?
I'll let you talk to staff about it.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're recalling the case on page 48, Evan Oaks. Case number CE 26030040, case address 3649 Southwest 16th Street, owner Maximo Oswaldo Carretero.
Which case is this? Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Okay, where are we at? Did you
Your
file
Honor,
an appeal?
we found an appeal letter, but it was submitted on April 10th, which is after the appeal deadline.
I did send a letter, Your Honor, on March 4th, an apology letter, but I guess I sent it to the wrong email. But then I sent one on the 10th of April.
I'm going to note for the, okay, I understand. I'm going to note for the record there's no appeal, and I'm going to pose the fine.
Okay.
And you come into compliance, you can mitigate maybe. All right, thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 26010910, case address 1441 Southwest 5th Court, owner YGR Properties 2 LLC.
I'm sorry, 5, actually, I think 5.
Posted at property for 126, posted at 1 East Broward for 1626.
Anybody here for this case?
1441 Southwest 5th Court.
1441.
Go on.
Okay. Morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please. You're up. Here, yeah. You state your name for the record, please.
Sir,
Your name?
Yeda Gomez Ruane.
Okay, thank you. Are you the owner?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good morning. Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting KCE 2601-0910 for the property located at 1441 Southwest 5th Court. The property was inspected on 2/5/26, and the following violation was observed. Violation 9-305A, there is overgrowth of landscape material encroaching upon the public right-of-way canal. A palm tree is leaning over the waterway, causing a hazard to passing vessels. The notice of hearing is posted to the property on 4/1/26. The property owner called me on 4/27/26 stating the tree has not been removed yet, but requested an extension. The city is requesting a 56-day extension or $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Can I see the picture again, please? With the other one, the very first picture? The first picture. The first picture. No, yep, there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes.
Well, I'm here in an attempt to try to save the tree.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful tree. It has taken a very unique path since the moment that I bought the house, which was in 2019. And unfortunately, there was one complaint by a vessel, one of the neighbors that has a very tall mast. I believe it is a sailboat. And he's insisting that the tree has to be trimmed or removed. So I've been, complying with Ms.
They're
Edwards'
looking to give you
notes.
56 days to come into compliance? 56 days?
No, the compliance is no longer compliance, a removal of the tree. I've been
Okay.
compliant for several years. So
No,
now
no. Just what they're saying is, are you going to remove the trees, what you're telling me, right?
That's what they're telling me.
Okay, so you're going to
That's what I'm trying to,
I mean,
you know.
I'll leave it up to you how you resolve this, whether it has to be removed or whether it gets trimmed. I'll leave that up to you. Don't look quizzically
No,
at
no,
me.
it
I
is.
mean,
It's
this
up
isn't
to
that
me?
complicated. Just a minute, please, okay? It's not that complicated.
Okay.
The one of two things, either the tree gets trimmed or it gets removed. I'll leave that up to you. You're the property owner. You can determine what's in your best interest. What they're asking me to do is to give you 56 days to make that decision and to act on it, okay? That seems reasonable.
No, but excuse me, but
Yeah.
the decision is written in writing that I must remove
They
the
have
tree.
to remove it?
Yeah, tree needs to be removed. The property was actually cited 2 years ago for that, and it was trimmed, but the tree has grown too much now, and it's too far over to the waterway.
According to arborists and my landscaper, the tree has not changed its angle. It's keep on going up towards the sun.
Okay.
So it's straight upward.
Okay.
So
All right,
that's
I'm gonna
that's
all right.
what I'm here for.
Okay, yeah. So what are you asking me to do?
I would like to keep the tree.
Well, I don't have the authority to grant that. I'm going to grant 56 days to come into compliance. What was the recommended fine amount? $50. a day.
$50.
Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 58, Inspector Bover-Exantis, case number CE 25050724, case address 1523 Northwest 14th Street, owner Sharisa Vanessa Cox. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 11/21/25 and 12/11/25. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day, $38,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Sharon Equal Cox.
Okay.
Good morning, Magistrate Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2505-0724, property address 1523 Northwest 15th Street. This case was first heard on November 6, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 15 days to comply with violation 18-12A, 9-305B, 25-4 and 18-4C. And for the remaining violation, 35 days was ordered or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 15, 2026. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 24, 2026, revealed as depicted on photos. At this time, the property remains in violation. The city requesting all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Can I see the photos again? Could you just run through them real quick, please? Any other ones besides the posting? Is that it? Car? Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Honestly, we were cleaning out the backyard. That's why that trailer is there with all that scrap metal on there. That's since been removed. I mean, I don't know. Everything else that was on the original violation has already been
Did you look at the agenda?
I'm sorry?
Did you look at the agenda?
Did I look at the agenda?
Did you look at your case on the agenda? Here's what they've got is non-compliance. They got trash and debris. They got derelict vessels. I'm sorry, derelict vehicles, outdoor storage, boat, vehicle trailers parked on site, and there are areas of dead and missing ground cover. That's what's outstanding.
On the original one that they gave us in November, none of those things were listed. When he came back out to...
There was a hearing. Just a minute.
Okay, go
there
ahead.
was a hearing here. Okay, a public hearing where a magistrate, either myself or someone else, listened to the facts and issued an order which found that, were you here for that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so they presented their testimony and the order found that those violations exist. So I'm not going to go back and revisit whether they were there or not.
We're not. We don't have to. But what I'm saying is, majority of those violations were already cured before we came, already completed by us before we came to the hearing that we came to. I don't remember the date, but anyway, since
out of 8 violations, just a minute.
Okay.
This was first heard in November of 2025. Of the 8 violations, 5 of them still exist.
When we called the gentleman to come back out, it took a while for him to come. The ground cover that he's talking about out on the swell of the road, the city dug that up for FP&L to put in pipes because originally it wasn't anything.
We're not going to go back and... Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to go revisit the violations.
Well, okay, so what do you want?
Well,
I don't know what you
want.
want.
They're looking for me to impose the fine. And if I got a sense that something was going to be complied fairly quickly, I might give you some additional time.
Yes, all of that has been moved since he last been there.
I have 5 violations that are still outstanding.
And all of those things have been done since he left, because I spoke with my son because I wasn't there.
Your Honor, just for the record, so...
The boats and all of that other stuff? Okay, go ahead.
All right, Your Honor. So all these violations that are remaining or violations that are currently remains and then all still in violation. So pre-hearing inspection was conducted on the 24th this month. And also for the record, I have had several contact with the son of the property owner. So each time I went out there, I explained every single violation to him and correction to the violations. And I also explained to him that every time something is complied, they need to call me, and then I will come and do a re-inspection for them.
But you were out there on the 24th.
Affirmative, yes.
So even if they, I mean, I understand what you're saying about it, they need to call you, but besides that point, you were out there on the 24th and you took a look at the property and you found there were 5 separate violations.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to impose the fine. After it's brought into compliance, you comply for mitigation. Good
Okay.
luck. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So what does that mean? I'm not understanding.
Well, I'll let you talk to staff about that.
Okay.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 26030565, case address 2145 Northwest 20th Street, owner Khadijah Agoro, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Morning, ma'am. State your name for the record.
Khadijah Reed Agoro. I am the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. There's a citation case on page 42. Could we hear that one first?
Sure. We're going to page 42 to read the citation case. Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 260304440, case address 2145 Northwest 20th Street, owner Khadijah Agoro. This case was first cited 3/11/26 to comply by 3/11/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/26/26. City is requesting the full amount, and a citation appeal was received.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 11, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 15-272A. This property is operating as a vacation rental property without the required vacation rental certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. This violation is transient in nature and results in an immediate fine of $500. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and the imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026, and the violation remains. The respondent is here to appeal the violations, but just so Your Honor knows, multiple reviews dating back to October 2025 have been found on the property's advertisement from past guests who have stayed at the property, showing that the property has been actively operating without a certificate for some time. On April 11, 2026, the advertisements were found active as well. And the city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to say I'm in compliance now. I actually have an inspection on the 2nd, and
Okay. All right, I'm going to impose the fine. There's another case?
Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 260300565, case address 2145 Northwest 20th Street, owner Khadijah Agori, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Can you state your name again, if you would, please?
Khadijah Reed Agoro.
Thank you.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 13, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation of CE 260304040, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Due to this being a recurring violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following days: 3/13, 3/16, 3/17, 3/18, 3/19, 3/20, 3/23, 3/24, 3/25, 3/27, 3/30, 4/1, 4/2, 4/3, 4/14, 4/28, and 4/29, for a total of 17 days and $17,000, with fines continuing to accrue at $1,000 a day for each day the property is found to be in violation thereafter.
Is it your testimony that the violation still exists?
Yes, sir. The advertisements are still up, and however, there is a inspection schedule, but the properties aren't supposed to operate and advertise until the certificate is issued.
Even if the days are blocked off?
Days wasn't blocked off yesterday, ma'am.
Oh, my manager, okay. They should be blocked off.
There's still, days could be found.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. I'm going to impose the fine, which is, how much was it? 1, 2, 3, 4,
17 days, sir.
$17,000. When you come into compliance, you can apply for mitigation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 32, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, Case number CE 26030574, case address 440 Mola Avenue, owner 440 Mola LLC, posted at property 4926, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Good afternoon, good morning.
Good
State your
morning.
name for the record, please.
Kathy Campos, I'm the property manager.
Property manager, thank you.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. Violation 15282D2B, operating a vacation rental property while under suspension. At the 3/10/26 special magistrate hearing, this property was issued a suspension order for 180 days, reference case CE 26020043, effective 3/11/26. On 3/13/26, the property was found to be advertising and operating while serving the suspension. On 3/14/26, the property was no longer being advertised. The city is requesting $1,000 for the date that the property was found to be advertising.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, the day of the hearing where we got the suspension, I didn't know that the suspension was effective that same day. So we didn't, I apologize. But as soon as we were aware, it was taken down.
All right, I'm going to impose a fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 69, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25080007, case address 2521 Southwest 3rd Street, owner Patricia J. Pearsall. This case was first heard 12926 to comply by 32626. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer.
I'm sorry. Good morning, ma'am. State your name for the record, please.
Patricia Smith Pearsall.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-80007 for the property located at 2521 Southwest 3rd Street. Notice of hearing posted to the property April 8th, 2026. The case was first heard on January 29, 2026, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 56 days to come into compliance of Section 9-280H1 and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter until compliance is met. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on April 24, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue. At this time, the owner is here to request an extension.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I'm here to request an extension.
How much time do you need?
Because I heard some of the dates that you were talking about in July might be a travel month. Can we go for the longer period to the next meeting in August, I think I heard you refer to?
When was the case heard? Case was heard in January.
Look at my house. It's so cute. How could you not love that?
Well, you got a point there. I don't think we need to do July. That seems kind of long. We're talking about dead and missing
Well,
ground
one of the
cover.
reasons is that, I don't know about anyone else, but my lawn dies when it's not the rainy season. And I'm also, just this week, was requested to put an additional deposit on my water bill from the city of Fort Lauderdale for my struggle to pay. So it's a hardship on top of a hardship that I have to baby my lawn to get it into compliance. It's kind of
I'm going to
oppressive.
extend the time for 56 days. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. There'll be no order to reappear.
Will I have to do mitigation on the existing fines when everything's in compliance?
Yeah.
And what does that process look like?
Well, I'll let you talk to them about that when you come into compliance. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Our next case, page 24, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25120705, case address 833 Southwest 29th Street, owner Ramses Delval, posted at property 4326, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
You state good morning, I think still. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Certainly. Ramses Del Valle. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted in December 31st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. 18-12A complied, 9-279G withdrawn, 9-280B withdrawn, 9-280G withdrawn, 9-304B. The driveway at this property is not maintained as required. There are multiple cracks and potholes. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 56 days for violation 9-304B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Yep, I've replaced, you can hear me? Yeah. So I replaced or filled in the potholes. We still have some areas where grass or weeds were going through. They weren't exactly holes, but I didn't believe that I had the authority to, or in essence, break the driveway with a sledgehammer and then replace it. But I've spoken with Mohammed since then. He's advised me that I am able to do that. It doesn't require a permit. So the two areas that he indicated, well, you can't really see them in the photograph.
Well, he's talking about 56 days. I'll let you
Oh, yeah,
work out
it'll
the
be done by
work.
Saturday.
I thought you said 56 days, right?
Correct.
I'll
Yeah,
let
it'll be
you
done
work
by
out the
Saturday.
details of how you bring it into compliance. So I'm going to grant 56 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day.
Oh, that's
Right.
very fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
That's it. Thank you. Have a great day. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next case, page 23, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 25100828, case address 2371 Southwest 15th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Clifford Totten and Glenn Totten, posted at property 31226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Good morning, Your Honor and Mr. Dam. My name is Clifford Totten, and I am the owner of the property.
Okay.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on October 1st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied, 9-304B complied, 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas in the swale of a dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior such as fascia and awnings that have stains and or missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 56 days to comply for violations 9-305B and 9-306 or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I just wanted for everyone to know for the record that this is not a rental property. This is where my mother-in-law lives. She's 82 years old. She's on limited income. She does pay for her own food and transportation, but me and my wife pay for everything else. We did replace the gravel with a dump truck, and we had it spread out. We are going to have the paint and the swale corrected as well very, very, very soon. I did want to note that when the city did the storm drain work on our street, they dug up the area of the swale where the grass is bad. They did replace it with sod when they were finished, but as they moved down the street, they had construction crews and heavy equipment on the sod that they replaced that dug up again as they moved down the street. I didn't complain at the time, but I definitely am going to have soil put down. I was planning on planting seeds to get the grass to grow up, but the only problem I'm worried about the future is that there's a lot of heavy foot traffic in the neighborhood on that area.
It's not my job to get into how you mitigate,
Okay.
but I'm going to be cautious about seeds. I mean, you know.
Yeah, so I will definitely
Anyway.
take care of the remaining paint and the grass immediately.
56 days?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given to June 25th to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day per violation. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Dam.
Our next case, page 43, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 26030515, case address 1229 Northeast 16 Terrace, owner Tyler Hinkle and Hope Benfield. This case was first cited 31226 and complied by 31226. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 32726. City is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
Yes, sir. Can you state your name for the
Good
record,
morning, Your Honor.
please?
Tyler Hinkle. I'm the property owner.
Okay.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was initially inspected on 3/12/26, and the following violations was observed. observed. 15-272A, this property is being operated as a vacation rental without the required certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The violation is transient in nature and resulted in an immediate citation of $500 fine. Failure to comply within 24 hours will subsequently result in the issuance of a notice of violation and imposition of a daily fine of $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. The citation was issued. No appeal was filed. Case CE 2603-0582 was opened and has since been closed. The advertisements have been taken down. City is requesting full imposition of the fines.
Again, there's no appeal for this, so I'm not in a position to let you comment on it. That if I open that door, everybody, the appeal process is going to sort of disappear. So I'm going to find that the violation exists and impose the fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. What do I do from here?
You can talk to them in the back. They'll
You'll
talk to you
receive an
about-
order. You'll receive an order in the mail.
Okay. Got you. Thank you.
Our next case, page 15, Inspector John Claude Noel. Case number CE 25120467, case address 1016 Northeast 17th Avenue, owner Dayan Properties, LLC. This was posted at 1 East Broward on 4/16/26. They left? He's not here. Thank you. Our next case, page 17, Inspector John Claude Noel. Case number CE 26010445, case address 1146 North Victoria Park Road, owner Selecta Homes 424 LLC, posted at property 4626, posted at 1 East Broward 4/16/26.
Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
JP Valdez, I'm a member and the manager of the small company that operates this short-term rental.
Good morning. Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read in. This property was first heard on 1/16/2026 for the following violations. Violation 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. Violation 9-305B, withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29th. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with the violation of 18-12A, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
How many days? 15?
10 days.
10 days. Yes, sir.
May I hand this to the magistrate and the board. So since our purchase in October 2022, we have had in place twice a month landscaping service. We have the invoices and the payments to prove for that. We've invested in the fixing and maintenance of the irrigation system. We've spent close to $4,000 to replace all sick ficuses with a hedge that you can see in the pictures. So those are the proactive actions that ultimately lead us to have ratings that are above 9.8 out of 10 and 4.8 out of 5 in the major short-term rentals.
Let me just stop just for a second.
I have two items that are...
Just a minute. Okay, there was 2 violations. One's been withdrawn. The landscaping violation has been withdrawn, so I'm not hearing that. The only thing I'm hearing is the trash and debris. So that's what we're going to address.
Yes. Could I mention
go
the
ahead.
circumstances? So if you look at the pictures, right, this property sits at the corner of 12th Street and North Victoria Park Road. So the perimeter is continuously used by the neighbors as their parking overflow and as their favorite dumping grounds. The trash that is usually there has nothing to do with our property. It's the neighbors constantly. That whenever our landscaper or cleaning crew visit, there are cars parked at all times of day and night, which we cannot control because they don't have access to remove that debris that's not even ours. We would remove it, but we don't control how long the cars sit there, whose cars those are, and they're not ours or our guests because we have the prohibition of using the perimeter for parking. Is posted. The inspectors, when they visit for the short-term rental, see that. So it's beyond our control. What we can control, which is the landscaping in the perimeter, we've replaced the irrigation, everything else, and our trash. But we cannot control the neighbor's trash dumping on the perimeter and parking there for us to remove it.
It's not uncommon in code enforcement proceedings for somebody to come and say, somebody else dumped trash on my property. I get that. The reality, though, is there's nobody else that's practically going to be able to take care of it. How you deal with your neighbors, I'll let you deal with that. Whatever avenues you want to pursue, that's up to you. What I have is this case that says there's trash and debris there, and they want to give you 10 days to remove it. Can you do that?
It's not even there. The pictures that I handed to you
if they
are
go
recent.
out, if it's gone and they go out, they'll comply the case.
Okay, but do you realize that we cannot control 24/7 property that we don't control?
You're the owner of the property. You're going to find. Don't ask me to find a way.
We're the owners, but we don't control who parks next to the perimeter. There is no sidewalk. You can see
I
in the
don't think you're
pictures.
listening to me. I'm going to try again. No, I'm going to try this again. I understand you got problems with your neighbors. I'll let you work that out. That's beyond the scope of what I can do. There was, at some point, some trash and debris there. You say it's gone. They can confirm that, and the case will be done. They're going to give you 10 days. If it's gone and he confirms it, there's no case, okay? So I'm going to find that the violation exists. And I'll give them in a period of time, 10 days, to get out there and confirm that it is in fact gone, or a fine of what, $50 a day?
$100 a day, sir.
$100 a day.
That's unfair, because we don't control who parks next to the perimeter. There is no sidewalk.
Excuse me for a second. Sir, after we're done with this hearing, I'd like to speak to you in the back. I've talked to the property manager multiple times. He's looking at it from a distance. He's not going to the property. I don't know if he's sending anyone out there.
That's not correct. I am the property
guys-
manager, and I visit weekly.
Hey, you want to
Okay.
stop? Well, you guys can talk about it in the back, okay? Thank you, sir.
Our next case. Our next case, page 56, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25040252, case address 1643 Northwest 13th Street, owner Paulone Auguste and Stanley Dorr. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 12/11/25 and 2/26/26. One suspension from 2/26/26 to 3/26/26. Two sections not comply to $50 per day, $7,350 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Stanley Doe.
Okay.
Good afternoon, your magistrate. Morning. Morning.
Good morning.
Officer Exensis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Community Enhancement. Case number CE 25040252. Property address 1643 Northwest 13th Street. The case was first heard on November 6, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 35 days to comply with violation 9-305B, and for the remaining violation, 112 days was ordered, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter. Special magistrate duty also ordered on February 26, 2026.
It was suspended for a period of time?
Yeah, the
An
fine
extension?
was suspended with a 28 days extension. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 10th, 2026. And the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 24th, 2026, revealed as depicted in the photos. At this time, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue. And also, I want to state it for the record that violation 9-308B is in compliance.
The roof.
Yeah, the roof is in compliance.
All right.
I get the date for you. I get a time and date for you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, which one we mean?
I think they're talking about the swell. You want to
The
go back to
swell?
the? You want to go back
But,
to the? Just a minute. Just a minute. There's a picture there. There's another picture I think that shows it a little bit more.
The swell?
Yeah.
Like I stated previously, I think Comcast dug up like the swell areas, like in the whole neighborhood. If you look at like all
Wait a minute. Let's. I was here and you were here.
Yes.
35 days ago, I think it was. What was the
28.
extension that was granted?
So
Extension was granted 28
I
days
remember
extension.
the case. We went through this.
28
I've heard
days
that
extension was
argument. I
granted.
gave you 35 additional days. Wait a minute. I remember our discussion, and basically you had complied everything, and I said the only thing you got to do is the swale, and it granted you an additional 35 days, and here we are. So what are we going to do?
So I did plant the seed and try to water it, but seems like I need to remove the sand because those are like sand they place when they dug. It's not like I don't think like a,
I'm not going to get into the issue. Seeds, you need to sod it, most likely, okay? You need to take care of it. I'll grant you another extension, but let's deal with it this time, okay? I already granted you one, and it doesn't look like much was done. So I'll grant an additional 28 days, which would be May 28th, to come into compliance. I'll suspend the fine during that period of time.
how much are the fines?
Well, there's a fine for the roof, which is $17.50. That's in compliance. You have to apply for mitigation after the fact, after you take care of this one. Okay, and this one is apparently almost $6,000. Okay,
6,000?
$5,600. All right, so I'm gonna suspend the fines, give you another 28 days, which would be May 28th. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 60, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25050351, case address 1532 Northwest 2nd Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner 1532 Northwest 2nd Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 8/28/25 to comply by 9/7/25 and 9/25/25. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $19,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. We're also requesting to vacate the order imposing fine of $226.26 and to rehear this case.
Good morning. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Benjamin Figge. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
Good morning. Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was presented to the Special Magistrate on August 28th, 2025, in reference to the following violations. 18-12.A, complied. There is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or its well. 18-4.C, complied. There is a derelict black Nissan vehicle on this property with no license plate or tag. 47-20.20.H, complied. Parking facilities on this RDS-15 property are not being properly maintained and may create a hazard or nuisance. There are 2 wheel stops that are broken and have exposed iron rods. 9-280H1, complied. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The chain link fence is detached from the post. 9-305B, complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-313.A, complied. The property is not identified by approved address numbers. The address numbers are the same color of the exterior paint of the building and is unidentifiable from street view. And 9-363, which is complied. The owner of this residential dwelling within the city has not registered as a landlord. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed for the total of $19,100.
Yes, sir.
The way I understand it, I was able to meet with Ms. Dorian, the supervisor, and the code officer himself. Really, the reason we're back here today, the vast majority of that fine is for a free rental registration. And I was able to meet with the code officer just a few minutes ago, and I realized that it was our mistake. We've owned the property for 15 years. Every year, we don't have to pay a fee. We just register it. I showed him, an email to my assistant back in May 2025. So it's not like I ignored the thing. I was able to show him and Ms. Dorian. It was an oversight. We're not trying to save any money.
No, I understand.
So,
and here's the deal. I mean, I'm not trying to cut you off, but if you've sat here all morning, you probably listened to these cases the process in my mind is that I'm going to impose the fine, and I understand the arguments that you're making, and you can apply for mitigation when it's actually they're all in compliance, so you can apply for mitigation now. And and I understand your argument. You can talk about your past history and the fact that you've been compliant and all that. And I think that'll go a long way toward mitigation. But I'm not going to deal with it this morning. I'll let the process work out that way. So we have to do this step to get to the next one.
Okay, so at this point, you're kind of unwilling to just say that this was an oversight on a free rental.
No, I don't want to do that. I'll let you make the argument to the staff, and they can consider the mitigations.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 35, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26031081, case address 1239 Northeast 15th Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner, Leandre Investment, LLC. Posted at property 4126, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Rogelio Vasquez. I'm the authorized representative for Leandre Investments, LLC.
Okay.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 26031081, 1239 Northeast 15th Avenue, Unit 1 through 4. This property was cited on 32526 for 15272A. This property is operating as a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The violations is continuing beyond the 24-hour compliance period provided in the civil citation reference. Case CE 26030970. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, this case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of compliance. Prior to the scheduled hearing date, the city will request the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation for 1 day on 3/25/26 for a fee of the city is requesting that's one fine for $1,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As of the time that the violation was issued, all 4 apartments in the property were under full-time rentals, which I emailed the leases to Inspector Champagne, and I have a copy here. I believe that one of the tenants was renting a room within his 2-bedroom apartment, a spare room, and he didn't think that he needed the certification given that the state doesn't require it if the person that's renting the room lives in the unit. As of now, we spoke to him, to the tenant, and he brought it down. After that 1 day, the advertisements are completely down, and we are in the process of applying for the certificate for the city, and the owner actually applied for the state license in order to facilitate that as well.
Okay, so the city's saying there's just 1 day violation?
1 day for $1,000. And I just advise him also that I don't think he's taking care of the citation, which is going to be a $500 fee, so he may want to take care of that.
All right, I'm going to impose the fine. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Okay, can we do mitigation after?
I'll let you talk to staff.
What was his question?
I don't know. What was your question, sir?
If we impose the fine for the violation, can we since we're in compliance, is there am I eligible for mitigation?
You can speak to the ladies in the back.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, he's asking how
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26030804, case address 2908 Bayview Drive, owner STHAD Investments LLC. Posted at property 33026, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
State your name for the record, please.
Lydia Mara.
Are you the owner?
I'm the friend and the property manager.
You're a friend of the property manager, so what would you say?
I'm the friend and the property manager of the owner.
Friend and property manager.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 260300804, 2900 Bayview Drive. This property was cited on 3/19/2026 for 15272A. This property is operating as a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The violations continue beyond the 24-hour compliance period provided in civil citation reference CE 26030568. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, this case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of the compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city will request the imposition of a fine of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. We found violations for one day, 3/18/2026. So the city is requesting one day with $1,000.
Well, so there was a prior case, I would assume, for a citation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did
that's
they
the
pay
one-
that?
I did not see it as of yesterday was paid. That was for CE 26030568.
Was it heard?
No,
The citation?
the citation was not heard and not paid for.
Okay. Yes.
So I did rent my friend's house for a few months due to a very sad situation that I have. My brother and my mom got killed. Somebody just hit them, and they were the stop sign. They were killed anyways. So I did rent the property of my owner, my friend. And I did got the paper that was on the door. I did contact the person, Mr. Champagne. I was not able to focus whatever the citation was for because of the circumstances I was in. So I just contacted him to be more clear what is there that I need to do, what is there that we have to do. It's just, and as we know, that every time, almost every time, if there's anything, you just post like a warning. That's the way. I just heard all these people. They were not used to this imposed in the first day, $500. So I saw the fine. I thought I wasn't able to understand exactly what was this for, why was imposed in the first day. It was just whatever. There was not such a big issue for what I was going through. So I did contact the person. He was not responded. I just left him a voicemail, just wanted to know what is there I have to do. So then after a few days, 2 days, I saw another paper. I said, what is this for? Why do I have to do? The person is not responding. There's no way I should know what to do, you know. It's
Ma'am,
it's very unfortunate.
If you're the property manager,
Yeah.
then you should know that.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You knew.
I didn't know.
You didn't know you
No.
needed a
I have
vacation
no
rental
clue.
license.
Not 1% idea that there is some. I do hold a broker, real estate. I suppose there was enough, but
So you've never heard of the vacation rental program
No.
in the city of Fort Lauderdale?
Never.
Or all over
never.
the state of Florida?
It's just the first time I saw the paper, I was just confused. That's why I called the person. I wanted to understand, what is this for? What should we do? And we could have done it, you know, that is not an issue. It's just the way that it's done. It's very sad.
Okay. I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Our next case, page 70. Inspector Bovary Exantis.
7-0.
7-0.
Thank you.
Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25090273, case address 1752 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Melanie Michelle Garcia. This case was first heard at 12926 to comply by 43026. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day. Fine start 5/126, and this is in order to reappear.
All right, ma'am, state your name for the record, please.
Melanie Michelle Garcia.
Okay.
Good morning again, your Magistrate Officer Exensis. On behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case and address as read by the clerk. This is another to reappear. Property owner is here. I'm going to let her speak at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
I've tried to comply as much as possible with the request that they put for my property. I still definitely need more time. The day that I was here for court, I don't know if that's the right term for it, I was actually terminated from my job because I had been missing work a lot due to a medical ailment that I'm still currently dealing with. I just recently started working again.
How much time do you need?
I'm not sure, sir. Like,
Well, you got to tell me.
I mean, I have a mortgage statement. I can show you.
Tell me how much time I'm sorry, I know you got complications, but you can't put it on me to come up with the date. You tell me what you need.
Can I get 90 days?
So do you post 90 days?
For the waste containers, 2427B, can those be pulled back behind the building line, please? I
The
don't think you need 90 days.
reason why they're not behind the building line, and I explained this the last time, I have a lot of medical conditions. I can't carry those heavy bins all the way from my backyard to my front yard, and you can speak to my attorney about that.
Okay, so it's up to you if you want to give 90 days for the bins. I mean, if you have somebody that
not
can...
for the bins.
I'm planning to build, what do they call it, like a fence, I guess, or whatever requirement to cover it from public view. It's just I don't have the funds to do that right now.
The bins roll, right?
Yes, but
Yes, Your Honor.
They roll.
they're still very heavy. I
Yeah, I
have
know.
back problems. I have
Okay.
herniations, bulging discs, sciatica, pinched nerves.
So what's your solution?
Like I said, I was planning on building a fence to cover it from public view, but that takes funds that I don't have.
Special Magistrate,
Yeah.
sorry, to your left. The city would be opposed to anything more than 24 hours to move the bins back. We understand that you have ailments. However, it's a requirement for everybody else within the city in 24 hours, 48 hours max for that.
Well, your paperwork says I could build a fence. So if that's an option for me, and that's the option that I prefer due to my health.
Here's the bins. You're gonna have to get somebody to help you. You're gonna have to find some way to deal with the bins. All right, I'm gonna extend that time for compliance.
84 days.
No, well, not. I don't want to do the bins. I mean,
No, of course not.
The other days, I'm gonna do 84 days, which would be July 7th. But the bins, she's got 10 days to bring that into compliance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Everything else is in compliance? Everything?
No, ma'am.
I'll
explain to you outside. Just
You've got
right
no.
after.
I mean, let me do it for the record. You've got 1, 2, 3. You got 3 outstanding violations: the landscaping, the gravel in the driveway.
Okay, in regards to the landscaping, the front part of the property looks like that because the city truck that comes and picks up the bulk is tearing up my lawn.
Okay.
I have pictures. I threw seeds. I have new growth in the grass that I can show you, but it's not going to grow if they keep tearing up my lawn.
Here's the deal. This case was already heard, okay? This was in order to reappear. It was already determined that the violations exist. So what I'm trying to decide is whether I impose the fine or whether I'm going to give you some additional time. Based on what you've told me, I'm going to give you some additional time. I'm not going to give you that long period of time to deal with the containers. You're going to have to find a way to deal with that. But I think, what did we come up with, 84 days on the remaining ones?
Yeah, 10 days for the bins and then 84 days for the remainings.
Okay.
It still doesn't change the fact that the city keeps tearing up my lawn even though I'm throwing seeds.
Yeah, okay. Well, and if you've sat through here, I don't think seeds work very well, but anyway.
I mean, they're working. I have pictures.
All right. All right, I'll suspend the fines during that period of time. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 64, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25030051, case address 1831 Northwest 27 Terrace, owner Nautilus Florinord and Celeste Florinord. This case was first heard 5/29/25 to comply by 6/26/25 and 8/25/25. 1 suspension, 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $3,100 accrued. City's requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Page 64, case number CE 25030051.
1831?
1831 Northwest 27 Terrace, Karen.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Matthew Florinord.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. At Special Magistrate on 1/13/26 hearing, Special Magistrate duly granted a 91-day extension. As of pre-hearing inspection on 4/28/26, 9-304B remains. The case is not in compliance. The city is recommending full position of fines.
Yes, sir.
We're just waiting on a contract for the permit. My brother said it will start like May 7th of next month.
All right, you're telling me you have a contract to take care of this. Is that
Yeah.
what you're telling me? And did they need a permit for that?
The driveway. Yeah. Yes. So they say it'll be the May 7th by next month.
Can they get the permit quickly?
Not that quickly.
Huh? No.
Should have done that. I mean, it's been
56
a
days?
year.
You want to
It's
extend
been
it
a year, I
56
think.
days?
We could do that.
All right. You're going to need a permit if you're going to do major repairs to the driveway. I'm going to extend it 56 days. I'll suspend the fine during that period of time. But you
Okay.
do have some outstanding fines, okay? They'll
Yeah.
have to be taken care of when you come into compliance.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 53. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 23100475, case address 1437 Northwest 10th Place, owner Molly Pearl King. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 6/9/24 and 6/27/24. There are 5 suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $50 per day, $10,700 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. This is in order to reappear.
Morning, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Kenneth King.
Okay. What's your relationship to Molly King?
That's my mother.
Mother. Anybody here? No, he's in the back.
Good morning, your Magistrate, Officer Exentis, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 23100475, property address 1437 Northwest 10th Place. Your Honor, at this time, the property is in compliance. All violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting all fine to be imposed.
They tell me the property is in compliance, so if you've sat through this meeting this morning, you know where I'm sort of heading. I'm going to impose the fine, but there's a mitigation process now that you're in compliance that you can apply
Okay,
for.
sir. First of all, I don't live at this property anymore.
Okay,
My mother is relocated to Atlanta, Georgia.
okay,
So the investors are going to be handling that.
okay. I mean, that's up to you. But it's in compliance, they tell me. I'm going to impose the fine, and then the investors or you or whoever you want to can deal with the mitigation process.
Okay. I think
All right.
they already deal with it already.
Okay, thank you,
All
sir.
right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 18, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25070489, case address 1520 Northeast 1st Avenue, owner 1520 House LLC, posted at property 41626, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Good morning, Jonathan Einhorn.
Thank you.
I'm the
Morning.
owner.
Good morning.
Good morning, Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on July 16, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.8, complied. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. 9-305B, complied. 9-306, complied. 9-308B, there is debris or another element which is not permitted on the roof. The city is requesting 56 days for 9-304B and 9-308B to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
So we have, we applied for demolition permits, and according to my expediter, we're supposed to get it any day. So it doesn't make sense to fix the tiles or...
How many days are you looking for?
56, Your Honor.
think we should be okay with that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to find that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 56 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day, was it?
Yes, Your Honor, $100 per day.
If for some reason the permit doesn't come in and I need an extra week or so, do I come back here?
You want to do an order?
I'm hoping it's going to be done by then.
I don't believe we needed an order to reappear. You could just contact me, and we can arrange.
Okay. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 2, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 26030940, case address 213 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC, posted at property 4126, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of TRD.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, I have 5 sequential cases.
Yeah, I saw.
Senior Code Officer Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city. Case number and case address as read. This property was first inspected on 3/22/2026 following a request from Full Lauderdale Police Detective Hayes that Cafe Ibiza was operating outside the scope of their permits. During the inspection, the following violations were observed. Violation 17-6. There is noise in excess of the permissible sound level limits, DBAs of 90, 89, 91, and DBCs of 103, 102, and 101. This violation is considered transient and irreversible in nature, and as such, the case will be presented before a special magistrate to impose fines in an amount of up to $15,000 per occurrence. Violation 25-181. The property is operating a sidewalk cafe beyond the approved permitted area, including encroachment into the public sidewalk and or other unauthorized areas, which is not in accordance with the issued permit. This violation is considered transient and irreversible in nature, and as such, this case will be presented before special magistrate to impose fines in the amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. Violation 25-4. The sidewalk cafe is being operated outside the approved permit area, resulting in tables, chairs, and other objects obstructing the public sidewalk and interfering with pedestrian passage. This violation is considered transient and irreversible in nature, and as such, this case will be presented before the special magistrate to impose fines in the amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. Violation 47.20.20E. There are parking facilities that are not being used for parking of motor vehicles by occupants, employees, visitors, or patrons of the use or structure which the parking facility is serving. This violation is considered transient and irreversible in nature, and such a case will be presented before a special magistrate to impose those fines in the amount of up to $15,000 per occurrence. For the sound violation, the sound level measurements were taken using a calibrated sound level meter from a position approximately 5 feet from the front of the property line in accordance with standard noise measurements procedures. The recorded readings were 90, 89, and 91 dBA, and 103, 102, and 101 dBc.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, Courtney Crush again. First and foremost, with respect to the violations, they, in my opinion, were not irreparable, which is what they're being cited under. Stepping back, and I realize it's outside the scope. This is the elbow room block. This is spring break. The property owner and their tenants work very hard with the City of Fort Lauderdale. City sets up barricades, et cetera. It appeared from the pictures, and this is a different property than the other 4, has an approved sidewalk cafe permit on A1A. I could not tell from the inspection photos that it was violative of the approved plan. And again, easy fix. Patrons move tables, and our clients are always happy to adjust. I saw photographs also of people standing outside in the rear. Again, happy to respond quickly, and I know you notified the manager. Did they comply? Because I didn't see a compliance inspection in the permit history. And again, Your Honor, I think these are all, and should be, for the greater community, things that should be complied. And the cases that I have before you today are the violation exists, set it for magistrate.
Okay.
So again, Your Honor, I believe the violations.
I think you're making an argument that they're not transient, that they should be given additional time to come into
They
compliance.
should be given time. They absolutely are not.
To be honest with you, I can sort of maybe potentially see some of them, but the noise is clearly transient. It occurs and then it doesn't occur. I mean, that's a thing that, that seems kind of obvious to me that that's a transient violation.
It could be, and perhaps, Your Honor, that might depend on decibel levels. But putting the operational and use things, I mean, if there are parking spaces that are not in good condition, Your Honor regularly hears cases where, they are maintained. If people are walking outside, again, during spring break, outside a bar, and should be told to either disperse or go inside, again, easily fixable, and the operators are ready, willing, and able to do that.
So you want to respond?
And I'm sorry, with respect to, I believe, whether, Your Honor, it's transient or irreparable, I mean, that is what, as you know, both are in the, either or is what is in the ULDR. If the officer finds them transient or irreparable or causing harm to public health, and the Development Services Director authorizes them to be treated as one of those categories, then it becomes a compliance opportunity.
Let her talk. I'm sorry.
Without a cure period. I mean, this could have been fixed within an hour or less. So I don't think that
You're not contesting that violations exist.
I'm not.
Right.
I
think what you're asking for is additional time to come into compliance.
And disagreeing that they were transient or that they were that they were charged improperly. They should have been charged under a compliance period, and absolutely would have appreciated time to comply, did comply, and if I need additional time in a reinspection, can certainly do that after the fact.
So you want to respond?
I can, Your Honor. So transient, just obviously a basic definition, is something that's temporary, passing, or only lasts for a short period of time. So as counsel said about like a disrepair of a parking lot, that's not transient and would need time to comply because it is not lasting for a short period of time. I think the citations that were issued in this violation, or the violations components, it's the use. And so the use of the sidewalk cafe and the use of the parking facilities is indeed transient in nature because it was lasting for that night. It, I assume, didn't happen the next night or the night prior, so it would be, by definition, in the city's opinion, transient in nature.
If I may, Your Honor, I was recounting the code from memory. Under section 1111D, it's if the code inspector has reason to believe a violation.
1111D references what?
I apologize. Enforcement procedures presents a serious threat to the public health, safety, or welfare, or if the violation is irreparable or irreversible in nature, may proceed directly to a hearing. I didn't see transient in that definition.
I need to pull up chapter 11. So the code section reads, if the code inspector has reason to believe a violation presents a serious threat to the public health, safety, or welfare, or if the violation is irreparable or irreversible in nature, the code inspector may proceed directly to a hearing upon approval of the director of the DSD department without notifying the alleged violator. So it does include, or if the violation is irreparable in nature.
Irreparable means that once it occurs, you can't, let me
11D.
finish. Irreparable means that once it occurs, you can't undo it. It's like it's like if you were to contaminate a canal, or cut down a protected species of trees like mangroves or something. So once it occurs, that's why it has to be cited immediately, because it can't be undone once it occurs. I mean, if transient isn't there, but I tell you, I mean, one thing, cities often cite trucks and cars that are parked immediately, not because they're a serious threat to the public health, safety, or welfare, but because they're transient, because they're there one day and gone the next. And so to give them a period of time to come into compliance isn't really a rational thing to do. So this sounds a lot like that.
Except, Your Honor, it didn't seem, I understand the Detective Hayes reached out to the city code enforcement. I don't believe that there was harm to the public, which I know is the companion standard. I mean, so unlike a truck blocking vehicular traffic, the people arguably should not have been there if they're not allowed to stand outside. But it was not harming a soul, and there were no resident complaints. And again, immediately fixable. And I don't believe irreparable, as Your Honor commented upon.
If I could just add, Your Honor, because we're just continuing to look, I haven't looked at these exact sections in a while. So 1118D also states that a code inspector does not have to provide the violator with a warning notice or a reasonable time to correct the violation prior to issuing a citation violation notice if a repeat violation is found, or if the code inspector has reason to believe that the violation presents a serious threat to public health, safety, or welfare, or if the violation is irreparable and irreversible, or if the violator is engaged in violations of itinerant or transient nature. Certainly the use of the parking facilities, I'm certainly not intimately familiar, but that can present a safety issue to patrons if the use is being used as an assembly and there's not, safeguards for exiting and such in that area. It could potentially be a safety issue.
If I may, Your Honor, I believe, and I didn't look it up, that when in reading that definition, that's for citation violations. This is not a citation violation. This is what I was reading from was the violation code enforcement procedures.
Right, which was the first section I read.
Correct.
So counsel is making the argument that transient is limited to citations that are issued by the city, not standard code violations.
Yes, sir.
Is that what the code says?
The transient is limited to citation?
I think what she's saying is this, that citations, if this had come as a citation, then transient would have been applicable, but it's not applicable because it was issued under a standard code violation.
I'm not sure I have a way to refute that because I can't prove something that doesn't exist in the code. I don't think the code requires...
Well, no, I think what I'm hearing, and listen, there's two sections. One section deals with violations, but what... and it didn't include transient. Transient was included under citations. If you think about it, citations make some sense for transient violations because they're the type of things that doesn't make any sense. If you get somebody's if they're watering their lawn on the day that they're not supposed to, you don't give them 30 days to stop. It's the kind of thing that you stop right away. And also, if the water's... So there seems to be two different definitions depending on whether it's issued under a citation or whether it's issued under a standard provision of the code.
Special Magistrate,
yeah.
To your left, we've issued violations in other cases for transient violations under inspection report in order to ask for increased penalties depending on what the violation was for, like a Lounge 84, where they had multiple violations there, and it's not there now, but in that case, they had multiple violations, and we issued all of those violations on the inspection reports because of the nature of the violations and because they were transient in nature, and we were successful in those cases. And then there are other references to the word transient throughout the code, and it doesn't specify whether we have to issue it under an inspection report or a citation. I think that's a matter of practice or policy versus the code, and I would concede that 1118 would be for citation, but again, it just depends on, it's a matter of policy, and I don't think it's a matter of the code.
And I would just add additionally, Your Honor, the narratives and the components of this violation also state, it says transient and irreversible, and irreversible, of course, does appear in Section D.
Yeah, but I don't think they're irreversible. I truly don't think they're irreversible. You looking to say something? You look like you want to say something.
Certainly. I think that perhaps historical cases are not relevant today. I think the code sets forth a standard that these cases have been presented to you. It says irreversible. I don't think that the activity was irreversible. Taking Your Honor's comment with respect to noise, you can't stop if there were any impact. I further think
No, I think the noise is clearly irreversible.
That's what I was
Yeah, I know. I'm
concurring on. I also think the order of magnitude on maximum fines requested or stated by the inspector for this operation, for this time frame, for the fact that there was no compliance time given. It would certainly, and again, we're not contesting that the activity occurred, but I would ask that Your Honor, to the extent you find the noise was irreparable, not impose a significant fine.
Special Magistrate, just one last point of clarity. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
During spring break, we make a trip out to these businesses, and we speak with each and every business owner. We give them documentation and let them know that there will be increased enforcement and immediate violations issued during the spring break period. So I would argue that their warning was when we went out there and spoke to them and gave them these notices. I don't think the code mandates that we give a cure period for every violation unless it's explicit in the violation that we cited.
Okay, Your Honor, if I may, absolutely know that, and the property owner, this happens to be a tenant, still the owner's responsibility. The next cases are owner-operated. Appreciate the city sitting down. I mean, this is a lot to manage, as both the city knows, and with respect to activity, maximum capacities, people not getting hurt, and the city encourages spring break. From what I understand, the city started going out, the first case was the 6th of March. Our client has decibel readers, has issued them to this property owner and the others. And for the 5 cases I have before you, I believe there were 25 or 28 cases where the city went out and no violation was found. What the cases before you, the next 4 cases, are going to indicate is the maximum dBA was never exceeded. The DBC was.
Well, let's deal with that when we get to
Okay.
those.
Special Magistrate, one last point. I think we can wrap this up. I think if we can come to a common ground here, we'll be okay with complying the 25-81, 181 to 25-4 in the last violation. However, we would ask for some kind of fine amount for the noise violation.
That was the way I was going to go.
And just do a finding of fact for the rest of them.
I do think the parking could potentially be a threat to the public health safety, where if people have to go around let me finish. If people have to go around the cars and go into the street or whatever, that's a problem that needs to be dealt with. I think that.
Understood.
So I'm gonna accept the city's recommendation that the 2 cases be dismissed, understanding that if they were to happen again, they might want to consider how they cite them for that. But for the 2 that are existing, I'm going to find that the decibel levels were exceeded, and that was irreversible, and that and a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. and that the parking facilities were, again, a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I'm going to impose a fine of $2,000 for each violation.
Understood, Your Honor.
For clarity, Special Magistrate, it's the 17-6 and the last violation, the 47-2020E.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The 17-6 is 2,000.
Yes.
And then the last violation, 47-2020E, is 2,000. Got it.
Our next case, page 19, Inspector Pat Gavin. Case number CE 26030447. Case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner L. Ad, Florida Beach CR LLC. Personal service on 4626. Posted at Wendy's Broward 41626.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 10th, 2026 in response to a noise complaint by the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Upon inspection, the following violation was found: 17-7.1.d.i.1. There is amplified sound coming from the Special Entertainment District property that exceeds the allowed limits. Limits are 85 dBA and 95 dBc. Ratings of 30 seconds were taken, 3 at dBA with results of 80.3, 83.9, and 81.6. Ratings at dBc were 88.4, 95.8, and 95.8. These readings exceed the limit of 95, and as such, this violation will be presented to the Special Magistrate for an irreversible and irreparable violation and a fine of up to $15,000. Per Florida State Statute 162.092D, a violation that is irreparable or irreversible in nature shall receive a fine of up to $15,000. 4 cases for this property have already been brought before the Special Magistrate, and the noise violation has been ruled as irreparable and irreversible. Due to this finding, along with the recurring nature of this violation, the City is requesting full imposition of fines in the amount of $15,000.
Yes. Are you taking this a case at a time, or are you reading them all into the record and taking them together?
How would you like it?
You're going to contest each, right?
I'm going to make the same arguments on each. I am not going to contest the violation. The decibel level was what was recorded.
All right, we'll take them together then.
Okay. I have no.
Next case, page 20. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26030721. Case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner L. Ad Florida Beach CR LLC. Personal service on 4626. Posted at Wendy's Broward 41626. Next case. You going to read it?
You want to just read them all and then I'll do them?
I'm going to read all of them. Yep. Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26030752. Case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner L. Ad Florida Beach CR LLC. Personal service on 4626. Posted at Wendy's Broward 41626. Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26030873. Case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner L. Ad Florida Beach CR LLC. Personal service on 4626. Posted at Wendy's Broward 41626. Next case, page 21. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 26030995. Case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner L. Ad Florida Beach CR LLC. Personal service on 4626. Posted at Wendy's Broward 41626.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 26030721 and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 16, 2026 in response to a noise complaint by the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Upon inspection, the following violation was found: 17-7.1.d.i.1. There is noise in this entertainment district business that exceeds the noise limit of 85 dBA, 95 dBc from noon until midnight weekdays. Measurements were 75.8, 78.9, and 78.0 dBA, and 102.9, 103.2, and 91.6 dBc. Allowed levels are 85 for dBA and 95 for dBc. 2 of the dBc measurements exceed this limit. Case will be presented before the Special Magistrate for imposition of fines up to $15,000. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 26030752 for address as read. This property was first inspected on March 17, 2026 in response to a noise complaint by the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Upon inspection, the following violation was found: 17-7.1.d.i.1. There is noise in this entertainment district business that exceeds the noise limit of 85 dBA, 95 dBc from noon until midnight weekdays. Three measurements at DBA showed levels of 77.5, 81.4, and 78.9. All were within the allowed range. The three DBC levels were 100.1, 101.8, and 102.4. All were outside of the allowed range. This case will be scheduled for a hearing before the special magistrate to impose a fine of up to $15,000. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260300873 for address as read. This property was first inspected on March 19, 2026, in response to a noise complaint by the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Upon inspection, the following violation was found: 17-7.1.d.i.1. There is noise in this entertainment district business that exceeds the noise limit of 85 dBA, 95 dBc from noon until midnight weekdays. Three measurements at DBA showed levels of 78.6, 78.6, and 77.3. All were within the allowed range. The three DBC levels were 97.0, 98.0, and 99.1. All were above the allowed range. This case will be scheduled for a hearing before the special magistrate to impose a fine of up to $15,000. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 260300995 for property as read. This property was first inspected on March 23, 2026, in response to a noise complaint by the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. Upon inspection, the following violation was found: 17-7.1.d.i.1. There is noise in this entertainment district business that exceeds the noise limit of 85 dBA, 95 dBc from noon until midnight weekdays. Three measurements at DBA showed levels of 73.6, 73.0, and 74.3. All were within the allowed range. The three DBC levels were 96.2, 87.3, and 98.8. Two of these measurements were above the allowed range. This case will be scheduled for a hearing before the special magistrate to impose a fine of up to $15,000.
By the way, just regarding the other case?
Yes, sir.
The two violations that were dismissed, if they were to reoccur, that would make them reoccurring to me.
Okay.
And make them transient in nature.
Understood.
I mean, I think what I'm trying to say is, if it, don't take the fact that they, okay, let me put it on the record if I could. The fact that they were dismissed doesn't mean that if that's carte blanche to, if it were to occur again, then they would be, that would be to me transient in nature.
Understood.
Mr. Magistrate.
I won't.
I'm sorry. I think that we would request a finding of fact on that, because if you dismiss them, then they would not be recurring. It would be like if we recite
Well,
again.
they would be if they were to come back, I think.
Not if it's dismissed, because we don't have it's not a finding of
All
fact.
right, let's rehear the case.
Do you want to?
Let's go back and rehear the case.
We don't have to, Special Magistrate.
No, I think we need to reopen that case on the record so that it's done properly.
Certainly.
So let's reopen that case.
Can we do it after this one?
No, let's do it now, and then we'll move into the.
Will-
Let's just go back.
will
Just
we have
read
to
read
read all
me
this again?
the case title again.
If we go back, then we
No,
will.
I'm going to go. What I'm going to do is do this. We're going to go back, reopen it. I'll make a finding of fact. I'm not going to impose a fine.
No, I know, but then we will have to restate everything we just stated right now on the record again
no,
for
you
this
don't have
case.
to do that again. No, it's done. I'm just going to temporarily table those cases.
Okay.
And we'll go back and reopen that one. Let's do that. Those other ones are temporarily tabled. So let's reopen the prior one.
Yeah, going back to page 2. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 260300940, case address 213 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC.
All right, for those violations, what page was that?
2, I believe, Your Honor, and I certainly have no objection.
Yeah. For findings 25, violation 25, 181, and 25-4, I'm going to make a finding of fact that they existed. There will be no fine imposed. Of course, as you well understand, if they were to happen again, they could cite them as soon as they see them.
I understand.
Okay, so that case is done. Let's go back to the cases, reopen the cases that were just read into the record. Yep. No, you don't have to read them. We know which cases they are.
I do. And was the inspector complete? Yes. Okay. Your Honor, Courtney Crush on behalf of 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. These, as you know, were noise violations as I indicated. Well, these noise violations were not the result of a citizen complaint. My understanding, and as the supervisor indicated, the property owner and the city were very diligent and vigilant during spring break. I think it is important to point out that in 20-something incidences, the properties in this block were compliant. Further, if you listened to the history recounted by Supervisor Gavin, the 85 dBA was never exceeded. The DBC, which is the I understand it's the base, was the result of a code amendment in 2025 was the issue. In the first two cases read by Inspector Gavin, the DBA was 85, and you'll see the DBA actually ended up going down into the 70s. This was a result of the client trying to get it right in terms of the mix of the DBA and the DBC, which I think is important to note as you may consider, as you're going to be considering fines. With respect to the irreparable, I think it is important that, noise, if it has negative impact, might be irreparable if there was damage. Here it appears it was noted by either the officers on site and could have been immediately turned down, and I hope certainly was. In looking at the notes, it seems that, again, these are just cited and then set for a hearing. I certainly hope that the city is encouraging, because, the DJs, they're all happy to turn it down right away.
Okay.
So I would greatly consider.
I don't think you're contesting the violations.
I am not.
Okay, so what you're asking is some leniency on the violations.
I'm at,
on the fine amount.
on the imposition.
Let me ask you a candid question.
Yes.
I would assume that this bar makes a lot of money each night. So you can understand the issue that I may have in trying to deal with this. I need to have a fine amount that actually causes some degree of change.
Correct.
And if it's too minimal, if it's too minimal, they just absorb it as a business cost.
Absolutely.
So, with that thought in mind, I need to make the fine severe enough so that this doesn't happen again.
Special Magistrate?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I know in the last case we don't, the attorney doesn't want us to use historical data, but I think we have to in this case. This particular rock bar is well aware of the noise ordinance. We've spoken to them at length. I've personally reached out to the owner's son. These may be police-driven complaints. However, the neighbors nearby
really
has complained incessantly about rock bar, and I would argue that the fact that the base is what's in violation is what's being felt in the surrounding units. And I would also argue that given that we came here last year with Rock Bar and their violations were reduced, that we get as close to the 15,000 per violation as possible so that next year, spring break, we don't have the same issue, because the officer will attest that he's spoken to Rock Bar on site and he was brushed off, and they did not do anything to mitigate the noise as we had hoped. Otherwise, we would not have to gone out there every day and found them still in violation, respectfully.
If I may, Your Honor, Rock Bar, spring break is going to, as long as the city welcomes it and it's going to occur in Fort Lauderdale until this block is redeveloped. I am not suggesting ignorance of the standards the city even imposed, and we supported new standards to try to be a better neighbor. This has been a special entertainment district for 2 decades, and recent residents, residential buildings around it are not happy. That is the reality. In no way, shape, or form do I unfortunately think that I will not be back before you next year. It's my goal.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I expect to be back before Your Honor next year.
You do?
Because as diligent as we can be, given the level, somebody's going to pop up 0.6 on a DBA. These were not egregious. We have improved over decades and, again, supported reduced standards. I think here we had an issue with the base, and you're absolutely right. I don't want you don't want, the city doesn't want the owner to say, okay, we that didn't cost us very much. I certainly understand that, but I also, the city staff knows, this operator has cleaned up over decades their operations. The fact that we are now down to just a base versus, max cap.
The base is probably the most difficult. It rattles the pictures on the wall.
And I will say we, after the initial, violation, I didn't mean to point, violation by Inspector Gavin, I had them.
I'm sorry, you really telling me that you expect to be back here next year?
I have been back here every year. It's not, sometimes it's sea turtle nights. It's not always noise. But I will be back here for sea turtle.
But your client controls the noise.
They do, and actually... Does the operation of their club demand that the sound be that loud? No.
It's the pool in the back,
It's
I
the
think.
pool.
Yeah.
It's the pool in the back, the spring breaker, and it's a legal pool, and a whole bunch of kids hang out. That is the problem child. And again, we've tried to do better and better and better every year.
Just for Special Magistrate, just for clarity, I think Pat spoke with the operator there, and he can give you some insight as to what the operator told him, so you can have a better picture of what fine amount should be assessed. Because he doesn't seem like he cares that much. Just respectfully.
You represent the owner of the property, right?
Yes, I do.
This is your tenant.
No, in this case, the owner operates this one. The other one was a tenant. They have obviously they have a management team.
And Magistrate, if I can add, one of the owners, AJ, did come out to speak to me the second time I was out there, and I explained to him what the violation was, and I told him that the treble was fine. It's the bass that's above. And he basically told me he didn't care because it was during the day, and as long as it wasn't a violation at night, he didn't think during the day it should be a violation. And if you look, you'll see that the violations got worse as time went on. Additionally, when we brought these cases last year, Magistrate Flynn imposed a fine of $250, $500 the second time, $750 the third time, and $1,000 the fourth time. And obviously it did nothing.
Was Rock Garden in operation last year?
It's been in operation for decades.
And they were also a part of the committee on the noise amendment when the noise amendment took effect and the 2-year time frame happened. So they're well aware of what it is.
And supported it.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think that,
The ownership is trying to get management. As you said, it's the pool. You've got young kids there. They're loud, and obviously it's on our client, and they know spring break happens this 6-week period to get better and better and better. And I do hope I'm not in front of you next year.
Yeah, if it was the voices, I think we would agree with you, but it's that bass.
Yes, lose the bass. And again, I know Inspector Gavin said it got worse and worse. The bass seemed to get worse, but they took the DBA down. I think it may have been in part ignorance, because they took the DBA down 10 decibels.
Yeah, but not the DB.
I
not
know,
DBC,
I know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to end up going out with a decibel reader next year, so I don't have to be back here.
Be careful, it's loud in there.
Oh,
All right, does anybody want to add anything else?
No, sir.
Is that it? All right, so we're handling all 4 cases at the same time, right?
Yes.
5 cases.
Back to the same. Council isn't really contesting the violation or asking me to take into account some of the mitigating factors. Again, as I stated for the record, you've got to have a penalty that changes the behavior. To have a minimal penalty, they just absorb the cost and they go on and it's business as usual. And I don't think that's going to work. So I don't know what that number is. Maybe we'll find out next year if it comes back. But I'm going to impose a fine of $8,000 per case for the violation and hope that it doesn't come back, because if it does, it's going to be $15,000 or whatever else their number is. But
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
I mean, talk to them about the parking and the placement of the chairs and the rest, and talk to them about the sound. I mean, to be honest with you, if you live nearby and the bass is going, it comes into your house and it affects your quality of life.
Understood.
So they're running a business and running a bar, I know that, and they have a right to do that. But they ought to do it in a way that respects the people that live there as well. So
I don't disagree, Your Honor. And I think the use of the parking by that tenant, that was a one-off. That has never occurred before, and will never happen again.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for all the time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Our next case, page 59, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 230600482, case address 640 Northwest 21st Terrace, owner Joan Lydia Braverman, This case was first heard 10/26/23 to comply by 11/5/23 and 11/30/23. One section complied at $25 per day, $3,775 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. We're also requesting to vacate the order imposing fine from 2/29/24, release the lien, and to reimpose.
I think it's still, well, good afternoon in case it's not. Can you state your name for the record,
My name
please?
is Jonathan Braverman.
Okay, thank you.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on October 26, 2023. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations of this property by November 5th, 2023 and November 30th, 2023. On February 29, 2024, the special magistrate imposed fines on the outstanding violations. On April 12, 2024, a lien was filed on the property. The city is requesting to vacate that ruling and release the lien. Violations 18-1, 47-34.4.8.1, and 9-304B are withdrawn. Violation 18-12A came into compliance on April 4th, 2024, and was out of compliance for 151 days at $25 per day for a total due of $3,775. The city is seeking full imposition of fines in the amount of $3,775.
Yes, sir.
I, unfortunately, during that period, there was a health concern. My mother, who owned the property, has since passed, and I was in touch with Inspector Gavin earlier in this week, and we've got the property in compliance. I do not have any of this paperwork, nor have I seen it. I'm not quite sure what address it was sent to at that time before my mother.
I think oftentimes they post the property itself.
Yeah, there is a mailbox on the property. I didn't receive any notices there. I guess they were put outside, and the nature of the street traffic there, things get taken. I'm right now managing the property. We're in compliance. I would like some time to review these fines.
Well, no, what I'm inclined to do is this. I'm going to vacate the order imposing fine, and I'm going to vacate the lien that's been placed on the property. So that'll be, but as for the fine, I'm going to impose the fine. There is a mitigation process, and you can make your arguments to them about notice or whatever else you want to make, but otherwise I'm going to impose the fine.
Okay, I have not seen any of the paperwork.
I know, but there was a hearing. You weren't here.
I was not, and I understand.
Yeah, that's the issue.
That's why I'm hearing today.
Yeah, I understand that.
I would just like an opportunity to go over what was imposed.
All right, I'll tell you what.
With some counsel, and revisit this if that's at all possible.
What's the next hearing? When's the next hearing? All right, I'm going to continue the case, the imposition to May 12th. You get a chance to take a look, you come back and make your argument then.
I'm going to get some counsel and go over this entire thing. I just want to make sure that if there's something that we've done wrong, that we remedy it and move forward with that.
No, you're in compliance now. What they're talking about is the 150 days that you were not.
Okay, that's obviously during the period of the...
Yeah, which again, I think is more mitigation than to argue about the violations.
Okay,
The violation, let me clarify one thing. The violation was found to exist. There's an appeal process. You didn't take advantage of it. I know you say, so that we're not going to revisit the violations. I'm going to give you some chance to look at them so you can make a more detailed presentation about when you come back, but I just want you to understand, we're not going to go back and revisit the violations, okay? They're done. Okay? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
May 12th. May 12th. Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Can we finish this thing, you think?
Our first case, page 3, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25120581, case address 925 Northwest 14th Street, owner Yanlino Carmenades and Catalina Soto, posted at property 41526, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Good afternoon, your Magistrate Officer Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Community Enhancement, case number CE 25120581, property address 925 Northwest 14th Street. Property was first inspected on December 20th, 2025. Following violation were observed. Violation 18-1 is complied. Violation 18-12A complied. Violation 9-304B, parking on the lawn dirt surface is prohibited. There are vehicles, RVs on the parked on the grass. Furthermore, the asphalt apron driveway is in disrepair. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale area. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-313, the 9-313A, property is not identified by approved address numbers or visible from the streets. Notice of hearing was posted on property on April 16, 2026, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 22, 2026. Revealed as depicted on photos, the city is requesting 56 days for violation 9-304B, as well as violation 9-305B, and 15 days for violation 9-313, at a fine of $50 for each day thereafter for each violations.
I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 56 days to come into compliance for 9-304B and 9-305B, and 15 days for 9-313, or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 4, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25070287, case address 1136 Northwest 8th Avenue, owner 1136 Northwest 8th Avenue LLC, posted at property 41626, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Good afternoon. Code Officer Malik Jones presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on July 14, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 210-30332. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 18-4.C, complied. 47-20.20.H, complied. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RD-15 zone property. The parking lot has cracks, stains, and holes throughout, and the parking stripes are faded. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 210-30332. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 47-34.1.A.1, complied. 9-363, complied. The city is requesting 15 days for 18-12.8 to comply, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter, and seeking a finding of fact for 47-20.20.H.
All right, I'll find there's notice. The respondent will be given 15 days to bring 1812A into compliance or face fine of $100 a day. I'll make a finding of fact for 47-20.20H.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Rachel Moore, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 26020648, case address 2920 Southwest 2nd Court, owner DeAndre Buford, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Pat Gavin presenting for Inspector Moore, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on February 25th, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 is complied, 18-12A is complied, 18-4A is complied. 9-280C, the walkway and the step of the porch has broken concrete leading onto the porch. 9280H1 is complied. 9-305B, the driveway of this property has cracks, stains, and potholes. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, there are areas of the exterior of the property that have black stains and missing peeling paint. 9-363 has been withdrawn. Contact has been made with the property owner concerning the cited violations. As of the pre-hearing inspection dated April 27, 2026, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 84 days or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony, the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 84 days to come into compliance or face fine of $50 a day.
Thank you.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Vanessa Willis. Dorian. Who's presenting for Vanessa? Aleda? Okay. Inspector Vanessa Willis, Aleda Mesa, presenting case number CE 2510-0555, case address 1312 Northwest 2nd Street, owner DKT Investment Group LLC, posted at property 41726, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Officer Mesa, number 350 for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2510-0555, address 1312 Northwest 2nd Street. On behalf of Officer Vanessa Willis, this property was first inspected October 18, 2026. The following violations were observed. 18-12.A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swale. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The chain link fence is in disrepair, portions are missing, poles are leaning, and the top bar is missing. The property was last inspected 4/29/26. All violations remain in noncompliance as depicted in the attached photos for the record. The city is requesting 1812A, 10 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter. 9-280H1, 28 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter.
They need a permit for the fence?
To do that portion of the repair, I don't believe so.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 10 days to come into compliance for 1812A and 28 days for 9-280H1 or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 26010727, case address 1341 Southwest 25th Avenue, owner Smart Solutions International, Inc., posted at property 4826, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 26010727 for the property located at 1341 Southwest 25th Avenue. The property was first inspected on January 23, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale. 9-313.A, complied. As of a pre-hearing inspection conducted on April 24, 2026, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of section 9-305B or a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
Find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 28 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 26020737, case address 205 Southwest 21st Terrace, owner Still Blue Land and Cattle LLC, posted at property 4826, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 26020737 for the property located at 205 Southwest 21st Terrace. The property was first inspected on February 27, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 47-19.1.C, complied. This is an undeveloped parcel, vacant lot that is being utilized for accessory uses without a principal structure in use. The property is being used as a parking lot and storage area for commercial vehicles, equipment, and other miscellaneous items. This is a repeat violation to case CE 210-90170. As of February 27, 2026, the property is in full compliance. The city is requesting $200 for the one-day repeat violation. 47-19.1.c was observed to be out of compliance.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony. The city is uncontested that it's currently in compliance but was out of compliance for a single day. It's a repeat violation. I'll impose a fine of $200.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2603-0425, case address 520 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Augustin Monpremier, posted at property 4826, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Ramon Oliveira, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 260-30425 for the property located at 520 Southwest 24th Avenue. The property was first inspected on March 12, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 18-12.8 complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. The trash and debris consist of, but is not limited to, bottles, cups, food packaging, paper, and other miscellaneous trash and litter. The overgrowth is located on the property and swale abutting the north side of the property. This is a recurring violation to case CE 221-00123. As of March 20th, 2026, the property is in full compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for the recurring violation 18-12.8.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. I'll find that the testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation did take place. It's currently in compliance. I'll make a finding of fact for 1812A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Aleda Mesa, case number CE 2511-0249, case address 3200 Bayview Drive, numbers 1 through 9, owner 3200 Bayview LLC, posted at property 4926, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Compliance Officer Mesa, number 350 for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25110249, address 3200 Bayview Drive. An inspection of the property was conducted 11/8/25 with violations cited as follows. 472020H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RMM 25 property. 4734-1A1 complied. 9280C complied. 9280H1 complied. 9-304B complied, 9-305B complied, 9-314 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted 4/25/26, finding violation remained. The city requests as follows. 472020H, compliance within 56 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that violation 4720.20H still exists. The respondent will be given 56 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Aleda Mesa, case number CE 2511-0251, case address 2831 Northeast 27th Street, owner Stuart Bowie, posted at property 4926, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Compliance Officer Mesa, number 350 for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25110251, address 2831 Northeast 27th Street. An inspection of the property was conducted 11/8/25 with violations cited as follows. 8-12A complied, 9-280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 9-304B complied, 9-305B. The landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the building exterior has not been maintained. There are areas of stains and missing paint. 9-308B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted 4/25/26, finding violation remained. The city requests as follows. 928H1, compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 9-305B, compliance within 28 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 9-306, compliance within 28 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. The respondent will be given 56 days for 9-280H1, 28 days for 9-305B, and 9-306, $100 per day per violation.
Our next case, page 13, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2506-0736, case address 433 Northeast 15th Avenue, owner Andrew Lisinski and Megan Lisinski, posted at property 4726, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 6/27/2025 for the following violations. Violation 18-1, complied. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris on this property and or its swale. Violation 47-19.5.18.1, there are items within the site triangle at this residential corner intersection, including but not limited to landscape material, plants, and other foliage that's creating a hazard. Violation 47-21.16A, there's evidence of a dead tree stump at this property. Violation 9-280C, there are sidewalks at this property that's dirty and stained. Violation 9-304B, the driveway approach at this property is not being maintained. The surface is discolored, stained, including but not limited to the carport. The driveway approach is not dustless or smooth. Violation 9-305A, there is growth and landscape material along and accumulation of leaves encroaching onto the public right-of-way. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance.
Can I interrupt for 1 minute? I'm sorry, can I just interrupt for 1 minute?
Yes.
I apologize, because it was such a laundry list. I would suggest that the department want to consider perhaps closing this case and opening a new one, because there's a new owner of the property as of March 31st.
I'll do that, ma'am. Thank you very much for finding that out. I'll take care of it.
I mean, we're within our right to hear it because
No,
you
I think that's a
cited
good
it, but
idea.
I think it's
I think the statute itself requires that if you have a new owner, you have to give them a
It does,
period of
Your
time to
Honor.
come
It
into
does
compliance.
anyways,
I'll take care of
yes.
it.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
It's a
Rhonda.
corporation now.
Thank you, Rhonda.
I'd like to withdraw that case then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
How would you like to withdraw a few more?
Our next case, page 15, Inspector Jean-Claude Noel, case number CE 25120467, case address 1016 Northeast 17th Avenue, owner Day Inn Properties LLC, posted at 1 East Broward on 4/16/26.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 12/17/2025. Violation 9-363, failure to register for residential rental dwelling within the city with a free application that has not been submitted or is incomplete. Violation 47-20-20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt surface and striping and wheel stops are discolored and faded. Violation 47-20.13F. The asphalt on the public right-of-way is discolored and fading. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29th, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting 56 days to comply with 47-20-20H and 47-2013F, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. And the city is requesting 15 days to comply with violation 9-363, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. For 47-2013F, it would be 56 days. 47-2020H, 56 days to come into compliance. 9-363, 15 days to come in compliance. $100 a day per fine, per violations per day.
Next case, Inspector Jean-Claude Noel, case number CE 25120478, case address 1044 Northeast 8th Avenue, number 8, owner Simon FLL LLC, posted at property 4626, posted at 1 East Broward 4/16/26.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first heard on 12/16/2025 for the following violation: 9-363 withdrawn, 9-280H1 complied, 47-20.20H complied, 47.20.13F complied, 4719.4B1. There are a 2-yard dumpster that's left on the roadside overnight after collection day, and they're not pulled back to the approved location. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29, 2026. We're requesting 56 days for them to comply with that violation, or $100 per day per violation. I've already talked to the property manager. He's already in contact with getting a permit for a dumpster enclosure, and that's what they want to do, to put a dumpster enclosure there so they can remedy the situation, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given 56 days to come into compliance or face fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 16, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25120660, case address 645 Northeast 10th Avenue, owner 645 Northeast 10th Avenue, LLC, posted at property 4626, posted at 1 East Broward, 41626.
Jean-Claude Noel for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property is first heard on 12/23/2025, violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing or peeling paint. Violation 4720.13B1B. The asphalt at this on this public right-of-way swale adjacent to this property is in disrepair, and there are areas of discoloration and damage. Violation 4720.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt surface has cracks, damage, and is discolored. Violation 4734.1.A1, that's complied. Violation 9-308A, there are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. The roof is not in good repair and not weather-tight and waterproof. Violation 9-363 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29, 2026. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-308 or a fine of $100 per day per violation. The city is requesting 56 days for violation 4720-20H and violation 4720.13B1B and violation 9-306 or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, I find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 28 days to come into compliance for 9-308A and 56 days to come into compliance for the remaining violations or a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 26010939, case address 1132 Northeast 5th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Cardona Holdings 3 LLC, posted at property 41626, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the city of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on January 31st, 2026 for the following violations. 18-4.C is complied. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RMM-25 zone property. There are a large area of oil stains. The wheel stops are stained. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained and it needs well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the front of the property near the property line. The city is requesting 84 days for 47-20.20.H and 9-305B to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
You say 84 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 84 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 a day.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 2508-0199, case address 1001 Northeast 13th Street, owner 4RCHFLL owner LLC, posted at property 41726, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the city of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on August 6, 2025 for the following violations. 18-1 complied. 18-12.A complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 250-10852. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 24-7B complied. 9-305A complied. The city is seeking a finding of fact for 18-12.A.
Which one are you looking for a finding of fact on?
18-12.A, Your Honor.
Okay, I find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'll make a finding of fact for 1812A.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25120646, case address 1229 Northeast 2nd Avenue, owner Fadia Vincent, posted at property 41626, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on December 31st, 2025 for the following violations. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting 84 days for 47-20.20.H and 9-305B to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The two violations will be given 84 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day.
Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 26010291, case address 539 Northeast 14th Place, owner Edler Destinus, posted at property 41626, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on January 10th, 2026 for the following violations. 18-12.A, there is debris on this property and or its swell. 18-4.C, complied. The city is requesting 15 days for 18-12.A to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day.
Next case, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 26010382, case address 739 Northeast 13th Court, owner Residuary Special Needs Trust, posted at property 41626, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Officer Malik Jones, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale in reference to the case that was just read in. This case was first cited on January 14, 2026 for the following violations. 9-280G, complied. The air conditioning in this apartment is not working properly until the air conditioning in this apartment is not working properly. Unit does not cool the area. This is a recurring case, reference case CE 251-00161. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. The city is seeking a finding of fact for 9-280G.
Is this the tenant that's bringing this case? Is the tenant the ones that contacted
Yes, Your Honor.
us? Yeah.
It is in compliance.
They're looking for a finding of fact. I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. I'll make a finding of fact as to 9-280G existed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25090796, case address 1410 Southwest 29th Street, owner Jack Naranjo Rosenswag, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address is read. The inspection was conducted on October 1st, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 9-278E complied. 9-280H1 complied. 9-304B complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of a dead and missing ground cover. 9-313A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 29, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 84 days to comply for violation 9-304B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 84 days to come into compliance?
84 days.
Yeah, or a fine of $50 a day.
Next case, page 24, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 25110367, case address 1416 Southwest 30th Street, numbers 1 and 2. Owner James G. Levin, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on February 6, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied, 9-280H1 complied, 9-304B. The driveway at this property is not maintained as required. There are multiple stains. The gravel on the apron is worn out with grass weed growing through it. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the front lawn and the swale facing southwest 15th Avenue. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 25th, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 84 days for 9-304B and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The respondent will be given 84 days to come into compliance for the 2 violations or face a fine of $100 a day. It is 2 violations, is it not? Just 2?
2.
Yeah.
9-305B and
4720?
and 9-305B and 9-304B.
What about 4720?
304B says compliant.
It's compliant. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is 9306 compliant?
9306, was that compliant?
I don't have none. The only violations are 9-305B and 9-304B.
The agenda has 9306.
It's compliant.
Okay.
So 9304B and 9305B, given 84 days, $100 per day.
$50 per day.
$50 per day, and everything else is complied.
Correct.
Okay.
Got it. Next case, page 27. Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 260209195, case address 1441 Southwest 27th Court, owner Vincent Beasley, personal service on 4326, posted at 1 East Broward, 41626.
This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on February 6, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied, 9-280H1 complied, 9-304B. The driveway is not maintained as required. There are multiple stains. The gravel on the apron is worn out with grass weed growing through it. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the front lawn and the swale facing southwest 15th Ave. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 25th, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 84 days for 9-304B and 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The 2 violations exist. The respondent will be given 84 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 a day per violation.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 260200768, case address 1825 Southwest 23rd Street, owner Scott Edwin Davis, personal service on 32826, posted at 1 East Broward, 41626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on February 6, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 23090063. 18-4C, there is a derelict vehicle on the property, a black Toyota pickup with a flat passenger rear tire. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 23090063, and such fines will begin immediately. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this RD15 zone property, outdoor storage of junk and miscellaneous items. 9-287E complied. 9-304B, the gravel driveway is not being maintained as required with grass weed growing through it. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 23090063, and such fines will begin immediately. 9-306, the exterior building walls on the west side have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior such as fascia that have stains and or missing peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 25, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violations 18-12A, 47-34.1.A.1, and 28 days for 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting a daily fine of $100 per violation 9-304B, totaling $5,600 for the days the property was out of compliance from March 6, 2026 through today, and for fines to continue to accrue. As for complied violation 18-4C, the city is requesting to impose daily fines in the amount of $100, totaling $2,700 for the 27 days the property was out of compliance from March 6, 2026 until April 1st, 2026.
I'm a little confused. These are existing violations. Is this an imposition of fine hearing? I'm not
Yes,
quite sure.
these are repeat violations. So fines
They
start.
have existing fines already.
It was a case before opened,
Yeah.
and it ran fines, and this is the second time happening.
All right, let's deal with 1812A, 4734-1A1, and 9306. You want 15 days for the first two violations and 28 days for 9306, or a fine of $50 a day. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, in the other two cases, these are repeat violations, and you're looking for fines to start when? For 184C, what date do you want the fine to start?
From the day that the violation happened, which is February 2nd, February 6, 2026.
February 2nd it started.
Yes. March 6,
Okay,
2026.
So it happened again. It started on, you saw it on, and the fine started to run on February 2nd, and it ran until March 6th, right?
It happened on March 6. Yes.
Okay, all right. And so it complied on April 1st, right?
Correct.
And the fine amount for that period of time is $2,700, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the other one, it has not
Complied yet.
That would be 9304B. You observed it for the second time on April 30th, right?
From March 6.
Magistrate. Supervisor Brown. So there's no February. That was just, he misspoke. So it's March 6th is when the violation was first observed
Because I did hear
for
February.
184C.
All right, so it ran from March 6th until April 30th.
April 1st. Yes.
9304B ran till 3/6 to 4/30. Continues to accrue, actually.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and you want a fine of $100 a day, I guess, starting 6th. Okay, so ordered. If anybody can figure that out, let me know.
Our next case, bottom of page 28. Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 26030504, case address 2601 Southwest 13th Avenue, owner Alpha Heroes LLC, posted at property 4326, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on March 12, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there are leaves, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. 18-4C, there are multiple derelict vehicles on the property consisting of, but not limited to, a white Ford van and red Mitsubishi sedan with an expired tag parking in the front and rear of the property. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property, outdoor storage in the rear of the property consisting of, but not limited to, tools, tires, equipment, and miscellaneous items being kept on the rear and sides of the property. 6-6, there are multiple cages containing roosters on the rear of the property. 9-280H1, the wooden fence on the south side of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are missing and broken panels. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 230904002, and such fines will begin immediately. 9-304B, there are multiple vehicles parked on the turf lawn area and in the backyard. 2 black pickup, 1 white van, and 1 red sedan. This is a repeat violation 230904002. 9-305B, the landscape at this scene in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas on the front lawn back facing Southwest 26th Street and Southwest 13th Avenue of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 230904002, and such fines will begin immediately. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior such as fascia that have stains and or missing peeling paint. 9-308B, there are stains or another element which is not permanent on the roof. A pre-hearing inspection was 5th, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violations 18-12A, 18-4C, 47-34.1.A.1, and 6-6, and 28 days for 9-306 and 9-308B, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting a daily fine of $200 for violation 4B, 9-305B, and 9-280H1, totaling $30,000 for the days the property is out of compliance from March 12, 2026 through today, and for fines to continue to accrue.
So, Your Honor, if I could, this is a tenant-owned, tenant-occupied, I'm advised, and we had a prior case with roosters across the street that complied because the owner, I guess, removed said tenant. The tenant moved across the street.
Took its roosters with him.
And yes, and we suspect that they are engaged in fighting. And obviously, no one is here. The property owner is not here. The tenant is not here. So we would ask you consider a higher fine and a shorter amount of time to comply with all the violations.
You feel pretty comfortable the guy moved across the street? You feel comfortable as the tenant across the street moved? Is it the person across the street moved into now they're on the other side? Did the tenant across the street, you feel pretty comfortable moved across the street to the new house?
This is what the owner of the landlord of the property across the street said.
Okay.
I don't have any evidence of that. But
so you talked to the owner?
Right.
Okay.
Not the owner of this property, the owner of the property across.
Oh, property across the street, okay.
So it was originally in compliance.
He evicted him, and according to him, he moved to this property.
The city had some recommended time for compliance, but you want shorter periods?
One or the other, yes, Your Honor. And
I'm more inclined to
nobody's
kind of,
here.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
That's okay. I was like, and no one's present.
A and 18-4C and 47-34-1A1. You wanted how many days for those?
15.
15?
Oh, 15, okay. I thought you said 28, so.
15. And 28 would be the other two, 9306 and 9308C. You wanted 28 for those.
Correct.
For the, okay, and you recommended a fine of $100 a day for the?
Yes.
Okay.
Could we do the 15 days to remove the roosters?
Yeah, I think so. Where is that?
That's 6-6.
I'm sorry, which one is it? The rooster?
6-6.
Oh, 6-6, 15 days. Okay, they'll be given 15 days for those 1, 2, 3, 4 violations, or a fine of $150 a day. For the repeat violations, it $150. I mean, this is the code officer one. You suggesting a higher fine amount? He suggested $200 a day. You want more than that?
I'll leave that to your discretion.
Did you talk back from these people at all?
There's only the tenant there, but they're not very cooperative.
Okay. All right. For the repeat violation, it can be up to 500 for a repeat, so I'm going to do 250 for each of the 3 violations.
250?
Yeah.
And everything stays
From
the same?
date, yeah. I mean, you said 30,000, but it's going to be more than that, so. No, I said 150.
From March 12th up until today.
Yes.
And continues to accrue.
Right. There's still, it'll be at $250 a day.
250. And for the rooster is $100 and 15 days?
Yeah.
Or 100, okay.
150.
150.
150, okay.
There's no $100 fines. They're all either 150 or 250.
250. Chris, do you want me to repeat? Yeah. Okay. So will be 15 days, 18-4C, 4734.1.A.1, and 6-6.
15 days.
15 days.
They're 150.
28 days for 9-306 and 9-308B, or $150 per day per violation.
And then the 3 repeat are 250 starting what date? March what?
March 12 until
March 12.
today, and for
They
fines to
continue to
continue to
accrue.
occur.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 26030978, case address 1050 Southwest 12th Street, owner Rio Association, posted at property 41026, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. The inspection was conducted on March 25th, 2026, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.15.A, there is a palm tree removed from this RMM 25 zone residential property without first obtaining the required permit from City of Fort Lauderdale Landscaping Department. This case will be brought to a special magistrate to request an imposition of fines up to $15,000 for an irreparable and irreversible violation. 47-21.16.A, there is a tree stump on this RMM-25 residential property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 25, 2026. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 56 days to comply for violations 47-21.15.A and 47-21, or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter, and a $1,000 civil fine for removing tree without first obtaining the required permit.
All right, for 47-21-15A, you're looking for a one-time fine of $1,000, and you're going to give them 56 days to get a tree removal permit and replace the tree?
Correct.
Or a fine of $150 a day?
Correct.
Okay, and then 47-21, you're going to give them 56 days to come into compliance or a fine of $150 a day?
Yes.
Okay, so we're...
Our next case, page 33, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26030172, case address 2001 Northeast 62nd Street, owner AIM Partners LLC, posted at property 33126, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for KCE 26030172, 2001 Northeast 62nd Street. It was cited on 3/5/2026 for 15272A. This property is operating as a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The violations continued beyond the 24-hour compliance period, providing the civil citation reference CE 26030035. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, this case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of the compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city will request in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was with 3/5 and 3/6/26 was in violation for $2 at $1,000. So the city is asking to impose a $2,000 fine.
Find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city's uncontested. I find that the violation exists. I'll impose the $2,000 fine.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26030475, case address 5911 Northeast 21st Terrace, owner Maricela Velasquez, posted at property 3326, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
2506, correct? That was on page
5911, Northeast
What page?
21st Terrace,
What page?
34.
34 at the top.
I showed that was closed. With 5911, I showed that was closed.
Okay. Now we'll move to
Bayview.
case number CE 26030806, case address 2506 Northeast 30th Street, owner Alan and Carolina Sanchez, posted at property 33026, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
2506, CE 26030806, 2506 Northeast 30th Street, was cited on 3/19/2026 for 15272A. This property is operating a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. The violation continued beyond the 24-hour compliance period provided in civil citation reference CE 26030598. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, this case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of the compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city will request the imposition of the fines in the amount of $1,000 for each day the property was found to be in violation. The violation dates are as follows: 3/18/26, 3/19/26, 3/20/26, 3/23/26, 3/24/26, 3/25/26, 3/27/26, 3/30/26, 3/31/26, 4/1/26, 4/2/26, 4/3/26, 4/28/26, and 4/29/26, for a total of 15 violations at $1,000 apiece for $15,000, plus the fact that this violation has not been complied. So the city is requesting to continue fines for each day the property has been found to be in violation.
And continues to approve.
That's it. I'm not hearing.
And continues to approve?
Continues to
I'm
accrue.
sorry.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to happen whether I order it or not. But I'm going to find that there was 15 days in which the violation did exist for $1,000 a day. The property was posted, so there was notice to the respondent. Have you heard from these people at all?
This person hasn't even talked to me.
The person hasn't what?
I haven't discussed it with them. They haven't called anything.
Okay. All right. The violations, that's uncontested from the city, that the violation existed for 15 days for a fine of $15,000. I know for the record that it continues to accrue.
And we're going to continue to accrue for each day the property was found to be in violation.
Yeah, but you would have to come back and impose the fines, right, for the future days?
Just to accrue it, will just run, and then we'll have to, if they come into compliance, they come in and close it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are you sure? Or did we have anything? We did 2908 Bayview? Correct.
Page 35, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26030981, case address 3200 Northeast 26th Street, owner 3200 Northeast 26th Street, LLC, posted at property 40126, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale, 26030981, 3200 Northeast 26th Street, 15272A. It was cited on 3/4/2026. This property is operated in a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. The violations continue beyond the 24-hour compliance period provided in civil Civil citation reference number CE 26030889. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, this case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of the compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city will request the imposition of the fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was in violation from 3/24/26 and 3/25/26 for 2 violations at $1,000 each, for a total of $2,000 be imposed.
Finding that there is notice to the respondent's sworn testimony, the city is uncontested. The violations existed for 2 days at $1,000 a day. I'll impose the $2,000 fine.
Next case, page 36. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26031082, case address 1705 Northeast 11th Street, owner 1705 Northeast 11th Street LLC, posted at property 40126, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
705. So we don't, I don't show a compliant with 1239 Northeast 15th Ave. Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for CE 26031082, 1705 Northeast 11th Street, was cited on 3/25/26 for 15272A. This property is operating as a vacation rental without the required vacation rental certificate from the city of Fort Lauderdale. The violation continued beyond the 24-hour compliance period. 26030974. This violation is considered transient in nature. Therefore, this case will be presented to the special magistrate regardless of compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. The city will request the imposition of the fine in the amount of $1,000 per day. For each day the property was found to be in violation. Violations are, dates are as follows: 3/25/26, 3/27/26, 3/30/2026, 3/31/26, 4/1/26, 4/3/26, 4/7/26, 4/21/26, 4/27/26, for a total of 10 violations at $1,000 apiece for $10,000. Again, this particular case is not in compliance, so the city will ask for continue to accrue for each day the property was found to be in violation.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony. The city is uncontested that the violation existed for 10 days at $1,000 a day, so there'll be a $10,000 fine. I'll note for the record that the city's testimony is not in compliance, so the fine will continue to accrue.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26030142, case address 1511 North Atlantic Boulevard, owner 9050698 Quebec, Inc., posted at property 4126, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for CE 26030142, 1511 North Atlantic Boulevard, cited on 3/4/2026, 15281A. This vacation rental property is operating with an expired certificate. Yesterday, is still in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $500 per day.
All right, I'll find that there's notice sworn testimony. The city is uncontested that the violation exists. The respondent will be given 15 days to come into compliance or face fine of $500 per day.
Next case number CE 26010933, case address 1590 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Laurent D. Sotaro, posted at property 4426, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Inspector Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement as read. This case is a repeat violation of CE 25030009 and CE 261000791. At the special magistrate hearing on 4/24/2025, case CE 25030009 was presented to Special Magistrate Flynn that this property was operating as a vacation rental without a certificate in order of 15 days to comply or $500 per day thereafter per violation be imposed if not complied. On 4/24/2025 complied. On 10/28/2025, the property was a vacation rental without a certificate under case CE 251000791. At the special magistrate hearing on 1/29/2026, Special Magistrate Flynn imposed fines in the amount of $2,500 for the 5 days the property was out of compliance. If this property is found out of compliance again, then a daily fine of $1,000 will begin to accrue. The property is not in compliance at this time, and under this case, that the property was out of compliance for the following days: 1/30/4/2026, 2/5/2026, 2/6/2026, 2/10/2026, 2/11/2026, 2/25/2026, 2/26, 04/2026, 4/4/2026, and 4/29/2026, for a total of 11 days. The city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $11,000, with fines continuing to accrue. The property is brought into compliance. The record, a lien 304/2000, lien 30426. I'm sorry. A lien was imposed on 3/4/2026, and the instrument number is 120729953.
Okay, have you heard from them at all?
No, sir.
Okay.
I haven't heard from them.
All right, I'll find it is uncontested that the violation occurred on 11 separate days. There's a $1,000 a day fine for each of those violations for a total fine amount of 11. Record that the fine continues to accrue.
Magistrate, we need to go back to page 24.
Okay.
And the case at the top of the page.
Yeah, we meant to reschedule that case. So can you please withdraw the order that you made and reschedule the case, please?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
This is in case 20E2 CE 251103.
Correct.
All right,
1416 Southwest 30th Street.
Okay, the finding case is withdrawn, and it'll be the case will be continued to what date?
The May 28th hearing.
It'll be continued to May 28th hearing.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Thank you.
Moving on to page 38, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 2603036, case address 2507 Sugarloaf Lane, owner Glennie M. Maris Frizinski, posted at property 4326, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 11, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation of CE 26030236, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026, and the violation still remains. And due to this being a recurring citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following days: 2026, 4/4/2026, and 4/29/2026, for a total of 3 days and $3,000, with fines to continue to accrue at $1,000 per day for each day the property is found to be in violation.
I'm sorry, did you say it's currently in compliance or continuing to accrue?
It's not in compliance now, and the fines would like to continue to accrue.
All right, I'm going to find that there's notice sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violations did exist on 3 separate occasions for $1,000 per day. There'll be a $3,000 fine. I'll note for the record that the property is not in compliance and the fines continue to accrue.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26030525, case address 801 Southwest 8th Avenue, owner Carrie Seabree and Christopher Wilson, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 13, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation of CE 26030458, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026, and the violation is still not complied. Due to the violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following days: 3/12, 3/13, 3/16, 3/17, 3/18, 3/19, 3/20, 3/24, 3/25, 3/26, 3/27, 3/30, 3/31, 4/1, 4/2, 4/3, 4/7, 4/15, 4/21, and 4/29, for a total of 21 days, in a total of $21,000, with fines continuing to accrue at $1,000 a day for each day the property is found to be in violation.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violations exist. I'll impose a fine for the 21 days that the violation existed in the past, for $1,000 for each violation. Total fine amount $21,000. I note for the record that the fine continues to accrue daily.
Next case, page 39. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26030674, case address 1831 Southwest 23rd Avenue, owner Jamie Paul Stebbin, posted at property 4326, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 18, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation of CE 26030608, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026, and the following violation remains: 15-272A. Due to this being a recurring violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found. The property in the following days: 3/18, 3/19, 3/20, 3/23, 3/24, 3/25, 3/26, 3/27, 3/30, 3/31, 4/1, 4/2, 4/3, 4/4, 4/7, 4/15, 4/21, and 4/29, for a total of 18 days and $18,000, with fines continuing to accrue at $1,000 per day for each day thereafter that the property is found to be in violation.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violation exists. The respondent is found to be in violation of 18 days. City Code Section 2A, for a total fine amount of $18,000. And the fine is noted for the record to continue to accrue. It was 18 days, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26030809, case address 1721 Southwest 5th Court, owner Aruba LLC, posted at property 4226, posted at 1 East Broward 41626.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 19, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A is complied. This is a recurring violation of CE 26030645, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29th, 2026. Due to this being a recurring violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. The property was found to be in violation on the following days: 3/19, 3/20, 3/23, 3/24, 3/25, 3/26, 3/27, 3/30, 3/31, 4/1, 4/2, 4/3, 4/7, 4/15, and 4/21, for a total of 15 days and $15,000.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations exist. I'll note that the property is currently in compliance, but the uncontested testimony of the city is that the property was in violation for 15 days at $1,000 a day of fine, so I'll impose a $15,000 fine.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 26030589, case address 650 North Rio Vista Boulevard, owner Kyriakos Agaropoulos, posted at property for 126, posted at 1 East Broward for 1626.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, as read. This property was initially inspected on March 14, 2026, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a recurring violation of CE 260305. This property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A, and a civil citation was issued. Inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, April 29, 2026, and the following violation remains: 15-272A. Due to this being a recurring violation after a civil citation was issued, the city is requesting fines in the amount of $1,000 per day for each day the property was found to be in violation. Be in violation on the 3/13, 3/16, 3/17, 3/18, 3/19, 3/20, 3/23, 3/24, 3/25, 3/27, 3/30, 4/1, 4/2, 4/3, 4/14, 4/28, and 4/29, for a total of 17 days and $17,000, with fines continuing to accrue at $1,000 a day for each day thereafter that the property is found to be in violation.
All right, I'll find that there's notice. The sworn testimony of the city is uncontested that the violations existed for 17 days. There's a fine under the code of $1,000 a day. I'll impose a $17,000 fine. I'll note that the fine continues to accrue because the property is not in compliance.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 260300047, case address 325 Aula Capri Drive, owner John Paul Properties LLC. This case was first cited 3/3/26 to comply by 3/3/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/18/26. City's requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
Is that the picture that's up on the screen?
Yes,
'Cause-
indeed.
Yeah, remember, I still said even if there's not a respondent, I think the city still has the burden to show that the violation did exist. And no appeal was received, but we still have to show that it existed.
Right. So, I mean, that's the ad that you showed just.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it was the right ad for that.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I find that there's notice. There was no appeal filed. The sworn testimony of the city is therefore uncontested. I'll impose the fine of $500.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 26030349, case address 2443 Tortugas Lane, owner 2443 Tortuga Lane LLC. This case was first cited 3926 to comply by 3926. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/24/26. City is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
Okay, I'll find that there's notice. No appeal was received. The sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, therefore I'll impose the fine.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25080301, case address 1512 North Dixie Highway, owner FLC Trust LLC. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 11/16/25 and 12/11/25. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $300. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $14,000. $14,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
All right, I'll find that there's notice in Cook County sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with. I'll impose the fine.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 26030645, case address 1721 Southwest 5th Court, owner Aruba LLC. This case was first cited 3/15/26 to comply by 3/15/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/30/26. The city is requesting the full amount and no appeal was received.
Okay, I will find that there was notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested, that the violation exists. There was no appeal. I'll impose the fine of $500.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 26030236, case address 2507 Sugarloaf Lane, owner Glennie Frzinski. This case was first cited 3/6/26 to comply by 3/6/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/21/26. The city is requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. No appeal was received. I'll impose the fine.
Next, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 26030619, case address 201 South, owner Kevin Michael O'Shaughnessy. This case was first cited 3/14/26 to comply by 3/14/26. Two sections complied at $500 each for a total of $1,000. Appeal deadline was 3/29/26. The city is requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
All right, I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. No appeal was received. I'll impose the fine.
Next case, page 53, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 26030035, case address 2001 Northeast 62nd Street, owner AIM Partners LLC. This case was first cited 3/3/26 to comply by 3/3/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/18/26. City is requesting the full amount. No appeal was received.
All right, I will find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. No appeal was received. I'll impose the fine.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 26030458, case address 801 Southwest 8th Avenue, owner Carrie Seabury and Christopher Wilson. This case was first cited 3/10/26 to comply by 3/10/26. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. Appeal deadline was 3/25/26. The city is requesting the full amount. No appeal received.
I'll find that there's notice, sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The violation exists. No appeal was received. Therefore, I'll impose the fine.
Next case, page 54, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 24080622, case address 1395 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner DeCappa LLC. This case was first heard 11/19/25 to comply by 12/4/25 and 1/29/26. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $9,100. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $7,200. Grand total $16,300. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order hasn't been complied with. I'll certify the fine.
Next case, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 25010482, case address 1104 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner Minnie Thirsty Jones. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 11/21/25 and 12/11/25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $14,000. Two sections complied at $50 per day for a total of $5,300, $19,300 total. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with. I'll certify the fine.
Next case, page 56, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 25050620, case address 1556 Northwest 10th Place, owner 1556 Northwest 10th Place Land Trust. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 11/21/25 and 12/11/25. One suspension from 2/26/26 to 3/26/26. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $30,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice under Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order hasn't been complied with. I'll certify the fine.
Next case, page 59, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25080378, case address 518 Northwest 13th Avenue, owner Terra Nova Investments. This case was first heard at 12926 to comply by 2826 and 22626. Four sections not complied at $200 per day, $57,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
All right, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with. I'll certify the fine.
Next case, page 60, Inspector Malik Jones, case number CE 25070689, case address 1337 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Jason Zapka and Claudia Zapka. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 11/16/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $16,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. The sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with. I'll certify the fine.
Next case, page 61, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 25050192, case address 690 Southwest 30th Terrace, owner Claudette Melvin. This case was first heard 8/12/25 to comply by 11/19/25. One suspension from 1/23/26 to 4/14/26. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,550 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
All right, I'll find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with. I certify it.
Next case, page 65, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24030685, case address 3088 Northwest 20th Street, owner Alyssa Edwards. This case was first heard 12/12/24 to comply by 12/22/24 and 6/26/25. There is one suspension from 8/28/25 to 11/19/25. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $19,300 accrued. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $33,750 accrued, for a total of $53,050. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. The order has been complied with. I certify the fine.
Next case, page 66, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25070843, case address 2605 Southwest 13th Place, owner Geraldine McTeer. This case was first heard 11/6/25 to comply by 11/21/25 and 12/11/25. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $30,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
All right, I find that there's notice in accordance with Massey versus Charlotte County. Sworn testimony of the city is uncontested. That the order has been complied with. I certify the fine.
Next case, page 68, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25080478, case address 1412 Northeast 5th Court, owner Joseph Tremont. This case was first heard at 1/13/26 to comply by 1/23/26 to 10/26, 3/10/26. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $20,150 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Are you opposed?
Your Honor, this is Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. We're requesting a stay of fines for violation 47-20, 20.20H, 9-280C, and 9-305B for 84 days, and a mandatory appearance for reappearance. The other reason is we have another violation, but we don't want to stay at fines for that violation. That's going to be violation 4725.3A. The city's doing some work right now, and because of the work they're doing in the, for the storm drainage, we feel like we need to give them a little bit more time because they're doing so much work out there that it's causing issues on his street, and he can use that as an excuse on why he can't fix the things he needs to fix at the property. So that's why we're trying to.
What about, but that doesn't apply to the lights?
Not the lights, because you can go in the back of the house, and it takes him 30 seconds to change the lights, but he won't do it. Last time he was the magistrate, he said he wasn't going to do it, and he was going to sue me and sue the city, and
He did.
he's being defiant.
He did.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
All right, so you're looking for an extension of 84 days on 47-2020, 9-280C, and 9-305B.
That's correct. And you
84
can see
days would take us to what day? Okay. So it would be July 23rd, right? Okay. And then you're just going to leave violation 4725-3A3A as it is, just no action?
That is correct, sir.
No action. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The city is requesting to enter pages 71 and 72 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of compliant, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Okay, I'll do that. That will be done. Can we go back? I got a letter handed to me.
That was John Claude's case? Okay.
All right, let me see that letter again. Can I see? I thought it was on page 70, I was told.
Did they take it? Oh.
She has on her computer.
Yeah, let me see it. I thought you told me it was on page 7.
You marked, I think you marked those on because you're on the right page. Not yet. We're good?
No, I want to see.
Oh,
this
that's what I
letter.
thought.
Send me
I
the
didn't-
letter
yeah.
then. Have you seen the letter?
I have not, no,
You
no,
want to
sir.
take a look at it?
Sure.
Maybe you can take a look at it before I do.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take a look. It's by email?
No, it was handed to me.
Oh.
Can you bring it back?
We're not done yet. Not quite. Not quite. Oh, it was emailed? Let's take a look. Okay, that's a lot to read.
Okay, is code officer here? Where'd he go? This is the one we just did.
That was the last one.
68.
Probably not.
No.
I'm trying to digest the letter that was handed to me just before the hearing. It looks like they're looking for an extension of time, which is what the city's looking to do. The only one that you don't looking for an extension is the light. And
Right.
that they're suggesting, actually, the way I read the letters, they're looking that the fines be mitigated or reduced. That would be something that would be considered when the property is brought into compliance.
Right.
So I think that we'll do the extensions that were granted today, and then at the end of the day, when everything's in compliance, they can make their suggestion on the whatever violations are outstanding.
So, and if I could just add, Your Honor, since it's going to be made a part of the file, council makes a substantive argument on the light violation and the alleged code requirements to find that violation. But of course, for the record, the violation's already been found in this case. And while council, and obviously council isn't here, nor the property owner, and the letter doesn't address why they're unable to be here today. But putting that aside for the moment, as the inspector had said, there's easy ways to mitigate the lights from flooding into the neighborhood properties. And while they discuss security issues, there's certainly ways to mitigate lights, to both take away the lights shining continuously on the neighbor's property, censored lights, obviously being an easy fix to assist the property owner with his alleged security issues, but also not to impede on the neighbor's property.
Noted for the record. All right. And then I think, are you here for a case?
No, he's one of the media guys.
Okay. You're sitting in the front row, and I just wonder what. All right, we have these two. We have the pages that you want me to note that they're in compliance, right?
Yes, the city's pages 71 and 72. The city's list of compliant, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Okay, so noted. Thank you, folks.
And this concludes the special magistrate hearing for Thursday, April 30th, 2026.